stars to the ocean. I wanna know all of you. Growing old like a ghost, yeah. I wanna have kids of my own, yeah. Live a life till it's over. But until we do, it's sleeping sooner. Yeah, I'm feeling low. I wanna have kids of my own, yeah. Wanna travel till I'm 80, flying with you. Wanna take on the world and do something. Would you by my side like it's nothing? Wanna buy you things that you wanted. Wanna find you drop top without a choice, yeah. Hair blow around to the window, singing stupid noise with you. I just wanna get to know ya. I wanna go far to the coast, yeah. I wanna dive first to the ocean. I wanna know all of you. Growing old like a ghost, yeah. I wanna have kids of my own, yeah. And live a life till it's over. But until we do, it's sleeping too long. So no, it's sleeping so no. It's sleeping so no.
Music's loud and I'm feeling alright. It's slow motion, but it's just you and I. Yet the burn makes you feel so alive. I'm living the moment till you live it tonight. We're here now, let's party together. Let's live like tonight is forever. We're here now, let's party together. Let's live like tonight is forever.
You keep chasing stars, loving illusions, dreams of confusion. You keep chasing stars, keep falling faster, straight for disaster. Chasing stars.
Welcome everyone to the Aipx Gaming YouTube channel, where we will be streaming today's RLCS games. I'm Starcorn Hero. I am joined by the one and only Q. How we doing tonight?
Yo, what it do? I am excited. I am pumped. We're back for some RLCS action, and man, we got a new format today. We got some new teams we're gonna be seeing in the bracket. I'm excited to get into it. How about you? How you been?
I've been great. I have been fantastic. I've been looking over some of these teams. I've been looking over the groups, and this is going to be a very good day of Rocket League for the whole scene. We have some banger groups, but of course, to start us off, let's talk about our group. We got Limitless, Team Espionage, Kasi Ballers, and of course, the one and only Aipx Gaming, which you might know from if you look right under the stream. Their name is right there on the webpage. So they seem like a pretty good team.
Yeah, I'm definitely, we saw them have a pretty strong performance as far as ending out the last split, making it past the Swiss stages, making it to that top 8 scenario. Obviously also having a new pickup. I'm excited to see the change. I feel like sometimes a little bit of change sometimes equals some big gains, and that's what I'm expecting today.
Absolutely. A little change goes a long way is a very true statement, and it could not be any truer in an industry such as esports. Sometimes a single player is all you're missing, that little key that unlocks the master lock. And we hope that this new player is the master key for the lock ahead, because we have some really tough teams in this group. It's going to be a very hard fight, but if we play with confidence and we play our best game, I know we can win. I know we can go 3-0, and I know we can secure the spot in the quarterfinals for the single elimination bracket. And Q, why don't you tell us about the bracket?
Yeah, so I mean, we had seen in the past as far as normally we do the Swiss brackets before we get to the bracket stage. So today, actually, it changes up. We already have 3 straight matchups, right? So first thing we're gonna know is we have our first group, and you had mentioned a pretty stout competition, right? In the group with Aipx Gaming, Group A, we've got Limitless, Team Espionage, and I think it's Nicosi Ballers. I hope I didn't miss. Nikasi Ballers. So I mean, a pretty strong, obviously, set of 4. So we're gonna be seeing some good games today. We've got 4 different groups, but I would say of the 4, I think we're gonna be seeing some amazing matchups all day long.
Oh, absolutely. And going through the 3 games we have, we're playing everybody in the group once. First one will be Espionage, coming up in about, I think, around 10 or so minutes, more like 15. But should be a good game. Second round in Kasi Ballers, that's probably coming up in about an hour. And then to end the group off, it's Aipx versus Limitless, which I am looking forward to watching. We're going to hope that Aipx able to win out this group, of course, not have to play the 4th game, because if you place first in your group, you go to the first round of the bracket. If you place first, you go to the second round of the bracket automatically. If you place second or third, you have to play the first round, which I believe is the round of 8, minus the 4 teams that qualified automatically for going undefeated in the group stage, if that makes sense. But either way, I have confidence going in, whether we get the 1 round advantage or we don't. I feel like we're going to be in the quarterfinals anyway, but that's just me coming in with a little bit of blind confidence, but sometimes blind confidence is what you need.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing too, we had mentioned earlier, right? So that we did have the roster change in the off season, but it's not like it was where you're completely breaking apart a roster and starting anew, right? You still got Lackstar back, you still got Original. The only thing different that you got coming back is you picked up Shadowhunter, and I feel like from what we've heard from the boys, and obviously heading into the event, it feels like the chemistry is there. I think we just gotta wait to see them be able to show themselves under the bright lights. You know what I mean?
Oh, definitely. I mean, there will likely be some jitters being shown by Shadowhunter, but as it goes on, those are going to even out. It's the first game jitters. It happens to everybody. You're a little nervous, likely on a new roster. They're a little shaken up, but I'm sure that they'll get through it. Everybody does. That's what separates the good players from the great players. Under the bright lights, under the Friday night lights, if you will. And You just got to push through the nerves, and sometimes if you push those nerves back, you can do great things that you didn't even know you could.
Yeah, so, I mean, I got a question for you here. With knowing that you've got only 3 games versus, let's say, back before where you could have a 3 to 6 game series, do you think that puts, or not 3 to 6 game series, but 3 to 6 games to get past the Swiss brackets, right? Do you feel like not only just for Aipx, but obviously all the teams coming in today, do you feel like that puts a little bit more stress on those early games because you kind of had more redemption chances in Swiss, right?
Oh, definitely. It puts a lot more stress on the first game, because if you lose one game, that already starts your not tournament, but you know what I mean. It starts your day off really rough, because unlike Swiss stage, you could lose 2 games in a row and then still qualify. But here, if you lose 2, you're done, you're out.
Yeah.
See you later. Better luck next regional. So this first game is going to be massive for both the mental of these players and also just to get that little bit of separation, have a little bit of space between the outside of the ring and themselves, get as far away as that from possible. So definitely want to start off with a win, even more now, because in the group stage or the Swiss stage, like you said, more room for error, if you will. But here you got one game and you're done.
And so as far as, having that stress in game number 1, we mentioned earlier, starting off with Team Espionage, right? And we're talking about a roster on the other side, Jeff, Among Us, Days. We've got some, talent on the other side that's been known in the region. That's, got some talent. Again, it's going to be a really tough bracket here, first team off. I'm curious for you, what are your expectations in this first game here at Aipx and Espionage?
Well, for the first game, we have 3 pretty solid players on Team Espionage, but we have 3 really solid players over here on Aipx Gaming. So, of course, I'm hoping for an Aipx dub. I think it's going to be a close game, maybe 3-1, 3-2, going the way of Aipx. But I'm just hoping we just get away with a dub. Team Espionage is a very good team. I believe we faced them last regional, if I'm correct. Not last regional, but last event. And it was a pretty solid game. Hoping for another one. Hoping for a win. And I am just hoping that something crazy doesn't go wrong, because, like I said, first game, arguably the most important in this new format. So to start off with a win would be massive. To start off with a loss, I mean, you're practically bound to fail. It's not a guarantee. You can still come back, win the last 2, but it's a little bit harder, and you know how momentum goes. You lose one, you get down, you get in the dumps, and then you just start playing flat. Like a Coke you left out in the sun.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing, too, you have to realize that it's different from Swiss, because if you lose your first game in Swiss, who are you playing against in the next round? Somebody who also just lost their first game, right? For all we know, you lose your first game, and then you're playing against someone who's on the opposite side of momentum. So this first game going to be huge. I'm really excited to see how things play out. I'm going to be interested knowing that, obviously, with the roster shift, to see if maybe Aipx comes out, at least in the first game, playing a little bit more passive, trying to kind of, feel things out, maybe give Shadowhunter a little bit of time to, as you had mentioned, those first game jitters, try and work those things out. But we do also know that Aipx, as far as when they're at their strength, is when they're really dictating the pace of the game. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them more put that pedal down the metal in that back half of game number 1. But I'm curious to kind of see how that first half really plays out,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to give your new player a little bit of leeway to work, because I'm sure that we've had some scrims. I'm sure that we've practiced a lot, but still there's a difference between scrimming and actual games. Like, the communication is not going to be 100% on the first game, so you're going to have to give the newest player a little bit of leeway, a little bit of free range to do what they need to do. And if you let them get that for like the first game, maybe the second game as well, that will overall help you out in game 3, because that lets not only the 2 veteran players feel around and see what they need to do different, what they need to keep the same, but also gives the 3rd player, the brand new player, the shiny new guy, the idea of exactly what to do. But I trust in Aipx Gaming to make it happen. They're a good team. They have a lot of street smarts, and I'm hoping that they make it work to the best of their abilities, which I know they will.
And I mean, it looks like Actually, we're already getting ready to get things going. They're testing things as long in the back. But I did want to point out one thing as far as with Shadowhunter. Even though Shadowhunter might be a new player as far as to the roster here, I mean, looking back, has been playing in the competitive scene for quite a bit. We have to remember it was actually on the team that took first at the, regional open qualifier in fall. So, I mean, coming with some background, I feel like this is going to be one of those situations where as long as you can kind of keep the communications open and clear early with having that new player, I think as long as you got that little, I feel like sometimes a little bit of change really goes a long way.
Oh, definitely. Like
Aipx
we
is
said,
like right on the verge last event. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they were. And I completely get what you were saying. Like I said a little earlier, that the slightest change in a roster can have the biggest difference. I mean, you could have an amazing player, 3 amazing players, but the chemistry is so important. If you have 3 of the most mechanically gifted players in the game, but the coordination and the chemistry is just not it, you're likely not going to have the best of times. So sometimes you need to, quote unquote, downgrade. But if the chemistry is so much better, chemistry can do a lot more than you think. It's a very, very much a game of momentum and feeling out your opponent, because Rocket League, it's a quick game. Mistakes happen, and if your team is very coordinated, you're not going to make that many mistakes. And your opponent, they're likely going to, because they're going to be a little bit caught off guard of why is all 3 players moving exactly at the same time. They're so coordinated. I don't know what to do. I'm panicking.
We're going against a team of synchronized swimmers out here. What are you talking about? No, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's one of those where you mentioned as far as with getting the chemistry right, getting that coordination, that synergy. And that's one thing that we see, I mean, not just in the region, but I mean, across, or not just in like the title of Rocket League, but across esports in general, right? You mentioned it's not just about getting the 3 best players. They need to make sense in how, as far as how their gameplay styles work. I feel as far as from the little bit I remember from Shadowhunter from the Aipx Cup, I feel like it's going to fit in just nice with Laxar in Original here. So super excited. Looks like we're already getting ready to load into a lobby here potentially to see as far as how this first game goes here for Espionage. We're a couple minutes still out, but man, it's almost time, Starcoin.
I am excited. And by the way, Shadowhunter, we were not calling you a bad player. We're calling you a great player. So don't get the wrong idea about the not the best player. That was not about you. That was just a general consensus. So you're good, Shadowhunter. I have so much faith that you're going to be best player in the world one day.
So we're a couple minutes away. Now, you had mentioned you're expecting to come out on top here. You threw out the idea 3-1, 3-2. Here before our first kickoff, give me what you thinking. Is this a 4 or 5 game series? So I don't think either of us are expecting a sweep, right?
No, absolutely not. I don't think there's going to be a sweep in either way. If Espionage catch us off guard, I think we get at least 1 or 2. We're not seeing a sweep, but I think seeing what I'm seeing, just like in the little pregame lobby, in the test lobby, I think we're seeing 3 to 4. I think Espionage is taking the first game and then Aipx winning out simply due to the new players just working out some of the kinks. But after that, I think we're going to flow like a unit. We're going to flow like a beautiful river. And then we'll be good to go for the next 3. So that's my prediction. 3-1. Espionage wins the first. Aipx win 3 in a row to take the lead and go 1-0 in the group stage.
So, I love that the fact that, the goal still potentially being that there's only 3 games, even though there's a shift in the bracket style of how things are getting played out here as far as in the early stages, right? But I also feel like for the players, knowing that it's not the potential of being such a marathon, we're going to be seeing some of these players coming out a little bit more aggressive than maybe we've seen teams doing in game ones in the past. So I'm really excited to get this thing kicked off.
Sorry, Max, dude. Game 1 is where it all starts off, and it's where we really see what the strengths and the weaknesses will be for these teams. And it's very important to see with a new player what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are. That way you know what to work on. That way you know what needs fixing. That way you know what needs perfect. That does not need anything. You just need to hyper focus on doing that. But I'm excited to see. This is a new, basically a brand new team, and I am super stoked to see how these three Titans play against a very solid team about at the same level. And this will give us a lot of answers. Q, I did not get your prediction. What you think? You thinking it's going to be a 3-1, 3-2?
No, I do expect this to be a knockout, drag them out for a couple of different reasons. One, obviously, you'd mentioned, you know, we know that there is quite a bit of experience on the other side of the pitch, right? But I think also taking into account, you know, wanting to make sure that, first game day, not just game day jitter, but just game day communication. It's not always just necessarily with the new players, right? We sometimes see coming off of a break, like, you know, for some of the teams who have had a couple of months since really being in the spotlight, they forget what it's like to really tighten up. You know, it's one thing to get in scrims and play, and, you know, a lot of people will play scrims, though, you know, they say they play scrims the way that they play, you know, the big games, but it's something different when you know something's on the line. So I'm gonna be really excited to see as far as the first game. I don't necessarily think it's gonna be telling. What I'm gonna be really watching out for in game number 1 is how Aipx is able to dictate the pace, and what I'm gonna assume is more of a passive play style in the first half compared to in the second half, where I'm gonna be assuming they're more gonna try and dictate their normal pace, you know? But I'm guessing 3-2 is my guess.
3-2. I do not hate that prediction. I think that's definitely close. I think we're definitely seeing 3-1, 3-2. I've talked about it before. It's going to be a close game. We hope it's going the way of Aipx Gaming. If it doesn't, oh well, better luck next time. But I'm confident. I think we will have a good time no matter what. And I know that these three players will flow just how they need to. And let's not forget, we lose the first game. There are 2 more coming up right after that. So it's a bad start, but it doesn't have to be a bad group stage. I mean, that's why it's the group stage. It's not the group match. Right. So 1 match and we keep going. But I believe we are actually almost ready to go, and that's the confirmation I need. Ready to go, about to transition, and we are about to kick off the regional.
Let's get it.
With it's Aipx Gaming and Team Espionage. Q, take us away.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, and you see here right off the rip, Espionage trying to get aggressive in their offensive zone. Aipx is going to get the clear here. Question is, can you fully get into the opposite side of the pitch? Because once you push over past, you might have a clean shot on goal. That just goes off the sidewall there, just outside of the actual post itself. But you can see Aipx Gaming taking good control of this game early. The only thing you have to worry about is going to say you got a lot of people rotated up, but you're able to keep control of things. It's floating right in front of the net. But as for now, one more save. Can Shadow Hunter get the touchdown? Doesn't look like that's the case. Really good defense received from Espionage, but Original gets that first goal in just 40 seconds.
Beauty play. Lackstar with the shot. Perfect setup as well. Either one of those could have gone in, and that would have been the rally. 99 KPH. 1 goal for Aipx, and the kickoff is underway again. This time it's Aipx taking it. Original looking to do it again. It's a little high, bar down, and it's over to the corner. Almost in, but Espionage holds up for now, but Aipx not letting off.
Yeah, you did see the one demo. I'm liking to see the aggressive play that we're seeing on the side of Aipx. I had mentioned I was expecting to see a little bit of passive play, but they're coming out and really grabbing the bull by the horns for now. You see at least the one touch by Shadow, however, not going to really be able to get control of things over here on the Aipx side. You see a quick clear, but it looks like they might have been able to catch them off guard. Original going to get the second touch, leaves it in front of the net, but no one going to be able to capitalize just quite yet. Lackstar does get control coming out of the corner. A second touch just off the corner of the post, but now the question is, can you rotate back and stay in defense? Nice touch coming in there from Lackstar. You just really hope to see it tighten up, because it looks like Aipx is on their game right now.
They're very much on their game. The offense of Espionage starting to fire back, though, and Aipx needs to clear this out. That'll be a good ball from Original. Gets it past halfway, and the redirect from Sagoma is not good enough. Lackstar trying to keep this online. Passes it over center. Beautiful shot, and it's Original with a massive goal. And who else but Lackstar to set it up? The two titans of Aipx Gaming making their presence known. Shadow, so far, not much yet, but I'm sure that will change. Like we said, Shadow likely gonna have a pretty slow first game while we still discover what needs to be played and where he needs to be. But I'm sure as game 2 rolls around, I bet we're gonna be seeing a lot more of him. But right now, Lackstar and Original doing all of the work. Shadow just hanging back, chilling out, and having a martini.
Yeah, right now, I mean, really taking control, able to kind of just sit back and vibe for the time being, but I don't want to see them let their foot off the gas just quite yet. You can really set the tone here in game number 1, in match number 1 here in the bracket, or in our early brackets part, but our group stage, I should say, but you see at least for now moving into the defensive zone, trying to see if they can at least prevent this attack. As for now, should be able to get the second touch, going to be able to come off the sidewall with it. That's going to be Lackstar with the touch moving the opposite way. If they can get that down, it should be a shot on the goal. Not quite, but a second touch comes in from Original, and that's now going to be a 3-goal lead for Aipx Gaming.
Lackstar and Original work their magic again, beating all 3 espionage players, and Aipx Gaming has hit the ground running, and I don't think they have any interest in stopping. 2 minutes to go, and just keep on scoring goals, and we will have a very easy strike to game 2. Look at Shadow. Ooh, that was dangerous. A flip reset also. Just a great play, even with or without it. Here's a dangerous shot, and Lifties gets that one. Espionage will not go into the night quietly. Good team play by Espionage. Aipx drop 1. 3-1 still.
Yeah, good counterattack that we saw there from Espionage to be able to really flip the script there, but that's the good part for Aipx Gaming, that you were able to go up by 3 goals early. That first goal really doesn't put you in any sort of worry just quite yet. That's going to be a nice touch there. Second touch going to be coming in this time around from Shadow. Passes it up for Lackstar. Does get interrupted, but looks like we're going to see Aipx maintaining that control. Original one more time with the 4th goal of the game.
Amazing play. Lackstar and Original, they are connected. They are, like you said in the pregame, they're basically synchronized swimmers. They know what the other's going to do at all times. They have made insane pass plays. Shadow looking for an opportunity. It's a little high. Original trying to pop it up and down. What a play by Original. And I don't even think an assist was needed. This time it's just a solo play. How do you do this?
Oh, he's just getting filthy with it. Looking so good. Now up 5-1 with just 78 seconds left here in game 1 of our first match, which is, of course, a best of 5, really setting the tone. We see an early push here from Sagoma, but not going to be, or as Among Us, isn't it? It's just backwards. Don't mind me. That's going to be a pass up to the back wall. If anyone might be there, that could be another shot on the goal. We do see a save coming in, at least for now. Original passes it back to the front. That's going to be Shadow. We are looking for them to put something on the board, and that's going to be a goal with 59 seconds left here in the game.
Original to Shadow, and it is dead center of the goal. Touched at the last second, but not enough. Shadow makes his presence known, and we have a Brazil on the line. Let's not forget 6-1. Aipx one more, and we've got the mighty Brazil. This is a good opportunity for it, but it's hit away by Espionage, but that's not going to stay in the blue half for long. 45 seconds to go, and Aipx keeping this ball dangerous.
They're doing a really good job, really keeping their foot down on the pedal. It's going to be off the top of the goal there, off that back wall. No one able to fill it up. There is a rotation back, though, that we saw really well done by Shadow. Maybe that's been more Shadow's role. A second touch by Shadow, though, and that's going to be a second goal. 7-1. Here we come.
We have got it. It's a beauty of a shot. It's just a little redirect on the ground by Shadow, but the little redirect sometimes has the biggest changes in life and the biggest benefits. And this time, it has a huge benefit of another goal for Aipx Gaming. It would be a huge benefit if we did not already have 6. But either way, the more goals, the merrier. And with 10 seconds to go, looks like final score will be 7-1 unless Espionage drops another.
Yeah, I mean, it does look, well, I was going to say, if that happens to go in, that would be such a heartbreaker as the clock winds down. Once this ball hits the ground, though, whether it's in the back of the goal or not, doesn't matter, too big of a lead. That's going to be game number 1. Aipx winning 7-1 in game 1. We had talked about expecting this thing to be close. We had talked about maybe expecting to see Aipx Gaming coming out and playing more passive, but look at some of these stats, not just on the goals here, but look at it. 16 shots on goals from Aipx Gaming, 5 saves as well. I mean, just really controlling both sides of the ball.
They really did. On offense and defense, they couldn't be stopped because, like you said, 16 shots on goal, 5 saves. It was 5 saves for Espionage, but Espionage, they only had 6 shots. There's a big difference between 5 saves with 6 shots versus 16 shots. And
right,
Q, you know about that. The more shots, the better, of course. Even if you don't get the ball in on the shot, it's a good opportunity for future goals because it breaks up the defense. It forces them to make moves, and it forces the defense to get out of their natural system. And when you get out of your natural system, that's when things start to go awry.
And so now the question becomes, can you come out and keep the pressure down? Because you mentioned Espionage. If they come out and try and put a little bit of additional pressure, we already saw you were able to find some openings, but if you put extra stress, that could really open up your game here. This is game number 2, getting off to a good start here. Remember, that's going to be on the blue side. Aipx Gaming, Shadow only needs 10 seconds to find the back of the net.
Perfect setup by Lackstar, also baiting out the touch, and Shadow bangs it in. 10 seconds, all we need. Aipx up 1, and Espionage will have to play from behind in game 2 as well. Opportunity, though, it is hit away. So it was looking dangerous for a second, but Aipx cleared it out. Wow! Are you kidding me? What is this angle?
Yo, just, I mean, you know, feeling himself right now. You talked about first game jitters, work them out real quick, and right now in the zone, 2 goals, 21 seconds. Aipx Gaming right now in full control. Now we're going to be seeing Shadow gets the second touch off of that kickoff. It does look like at least quickly, might be seeing it quickly change over to Espionage, but doesn't stay that long. We're seeing so much aggression from Aipx Gaming, really doing a good job of pushing up into that zone for Espionage, while at the same time, whenever Espionage does gain that control, it seems like Aipx Gaming's rotations on such point, there's always someone back, and that's going to be a shot on goal by Original, now up by 3.
And it was set up by the new player, Shadow. I mean, Shadow, this is going swimmingly. It going perfect to the plan. Shadow, first game, a little slow. It was still a 7-1 ball game. And now Shadow finding his place, finding the key to success. And it's just getting better and better.
Yeah, we do see, though, there was a nice shot, but that's going to be Shadow. You're talking about him just a second ago, coming in now on the defensive side. Shadow keeps that up, puts it up for Original, and it's now 4-0 Starcoin.
Wow, 4-0, and here's the thing. That's like a good end-of-game score. That's an end-of-game score. We're a minute in. We still have 3 minutes, 54 seconds to play. Team Espionage, what do you do? I have a question for the other team. What do you do here?
I mean, I think right now you've got to try and push the pace a little bit. Try and see if you can catch Aipx Gaming, because they are playing a little aggressive, but they're so good on their rotations back that there really aren't any creases to turn into holes. But we are going to see this time around, Lackstar gets the second touch, leaves it off the back wall. No one's going to be over there on the opposite side. But even still, when Espionage tries to get control of it, goes the opposite way. You can see not exactly the most clean of carries, but that is going to be among us. I believe that was off the hood of one of the Aipx Gaming players here. We'll see on the replay, but even with that, it's still 4-1.
Yeah, definitely the best attempt by Espionage yet. They took about 30 seconds without getting scored on, and were able to score a goal. So a good start, but I'm sure Aipx is going to get rid of that as soon as possible. I mean, look at Original. What a play. So much pressure and a lot of hurrying done on the side of Espionage. Oh, Laxstar tries the double tap, but it just does not go there. Waterfall coming down. Espionage still in control, but that control is immediately stripped away by Aipx. And now Laxstar setting up a perfect opportunity. It's a little high. And now Espionage look to reset every game, but Original not letting them have an inch of territory.
Yeah, I mean, really, what you're seeing right now, Original and the squad here from Aipx, I mean, Laxstar and Shadow are both doing it as well when they rotate up into that top zone, but you're causing so much havoc that even if you don't get the cleanest of touches, you're causing so much havoc that you're causing extra rotations from Espionage, getting people out of position, which there in turn creates some of those openings that we've been seeing the team capitalizing on. That's going to be off the back wall here. Original puts a shot on the goal. Nice save here among us, trying to switch the field, but isn't going to be able to do so because once again, that defense from Aipx Gaming really looking world class here today.
Is looking very good. A couple of whiffs on the side of Espionage, and Laxstar takes advantage. The defensive whiffs, not only does one miss, but two miss, and Laxstar sees the open shot, says like, that's a pretty difficult angle, but I'm good. I got it. And yes, he does.
Man, things look so good here. Off the rip, not going to be able to look so good there off of the touch. But you know what? Sometimes things just happen, but this is the good news. When you're in a game that's, let's say, 4-2, and then you have a goal like that happen, now all of a sudden you're only up by one, you start to feel a little bit of pressure. But when you've done a good job of really extending that lead the way that Aipx Gaming has, those little mistakes like that, you ain't even sweating it here. So we're going to see this time around off the kickoff, Original goes up the field, not going to be able to get the second touch, but Espionage not able to really maintain that control up here in the Aipx zone. Laxstar is going to be able to reverse the field, and it's now 6-2.
With still 2 minutes to go, Laxstar solo play mustered, and that is in no defense for Espionage. Well, there was a defender, but he was just a little too slow. Aipx makes the best of it. That's one of these things about these players. Aipx Gaming are so good about punishing these mistakes, and mistakes happen. Like, mistakes are gonna happen. This is one of the highest levels, but they're still gonna happen. No Rocket League team is perfect. Oh, like that right there!
Make it happen!
No!
Let's go! That's gonna be Original! That was so big. You saw the two players coming in after that touch off the back wall. Once the second one missed, you couldn't help but wonder if one of the players from Aipx Gaming was gonna be able to capitalize, and it's Original able to come through.
That it is, and poetic justice that happens as I'm talking about mistakes. I mean, sometimes it's just they just write themselves, and that is one of those times. 90 seconds to go. Original gonna have another.
Just
8-2.
keep feasting. Let's go.
It keeps getting better and better. 10 goals scored. 8 of them have been by Aipx Gaming, and Espionage, they're just going into full gun it mode. I mean, there's no need to defend the goal anymore. You can score 6 goals in a minute and 15 seconds. Like, theoretically, it's possible, but it's probably not going to happen. Aipx is going to keep pounding the net because Espionage, they're not paying any attention to it, and if they want to win, very unlikely chance they do, but you kind of just have to abandon the defense strategy. Espionage is doing that, and it's not working out for them.
Oh, it's so tough. I mean, you can understand why they're playing that way, though, right? When you're down so big, you've got to play aggressive. You've got to hope that you can find the holes. But Aipx Gaming right now doing so good, maintaining the pressure, maintaining that prowess in the offensive zone. Now going to get a second touch here. That's going to be another 10 goals, 10-2 here in game number 2.
Can I change my prediction?
No, it's locked in. But it's looking good, isn't it? Feasting right now. And if Aipx Game is able to keep this momentum going, we may be seeing a 3-game series here to start off group stage. And we had talked about it with the way that the brackets are set up now. This is so big for Aipx Game. There's another one for Original, and it's now 11-2.
Yeah, this is a very rough game for Espionage. 11-2, 45 seconds left for Aipx to get even more. I will say, you don't want to go too hard just yet. You don't want to overheat when there's still another game to play. But, I mean, Aipx, they still look like they are in cruise control. And, I mean, that is just amazing. Shadow, no effort. Look at this little flick. That's what you try in free play.
Oh man, someone cue up the TikTok sound. That's too easy, making it look so good. 12-2 here now. And we had the questions of how was this roster going to potentially gel together here under the bright lights, and it looks like the squad might have been listening in, or at least knew we had those questions and they wanted to make a statement, not just to us, but obviously probably to themselves as well. And what a statement it's been thus far. Really excited to see if they can maintain this momentum in game number 3 as these final seconds wind down.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be very interesting to see. Looks like we might have one more. And Original will be the man to do it. Not the nail in the coffin, but more like just, yeah, another nail in the coffin. We've already had about 8, but we need another. Just a, what's the word? Precaution.
You know,
just in case.
Sometimes if you're going to be a bear, you might as well be a grizzly, right? If you're going to make the sundae, don't just get the 2 scoops. Give me this whipped cream. Give me the sprinkles. Give me the cherry on top. 13-2 here to wrap up game number 2. And when we think about the score differential between the 2 games, absolutely insane. One more time, looking at the stats here, this game, obviously with 13 goals, going to have a lot of shots, 21 of them bangs, as you can see on the board, whereas you look on the other side, just 6 shots from Espionage. Obviously 2 crossing the goal, but that shows you that sometimes the best defense is a good offense.
Absolutely. Whenever your offense does not allow the ball to even cross your half of the field, because let's not forget, Q, one of the goals was a kickoff goal for Espionage, so like you can kind of take some of that away. So if you want to look at it like that, it's really 13-1. Of course, not discounting Espionage, but it was a kickoff goal. They kind of got a little not lucky, but just like bad timing for Aipx. One thing I want to point out is 8 goals for Original off of 9 shots. Are you joking?
Yeah, absolutely playing out of their mind, showing up to really make a statement. Here we go, game number 3. It looked like quickly Aipx might have been taking the kickoff here, but you see quickly going to have to just go back in their defensive zone, but not for long. Good touch here by Shadow. Pretty good clear. Looks like here, maybe even Original able to put it up for Laxstar on the opposite side of the pitch. The question is, can you make something happen? Pass to Original, and it only took 20 seconds to find the back of the net in game number 3.
Wow. This team is lethal. 20 seconds is all it takes, and Espionage already down. Aipx Gaming, they are ground and pounding, and I don't think they're gonna stop. Here's another Original, perfect setup, but Espionage able to hit the ball just off target. Still not out of the woods yet, but they're looking a little better. Attempts to redirect, still dangerous. Original puts one in the corner, sends it over towards the net, but Espionage finally clears that ball. And now they actually can breathe for a second. There's a shot, not in. Shadow taking it back over.
Yeah, you see doing a good job showing that it's not just the offense that's making a good defense. The defense able to really buckle down in their own right, kind of like we see there, but having to retreat back into the defensive zone here. We are going to see Among Us trying to make a play, pass it to a teammate, but they're going to miss the ball. It's going to be a wide open net on the opposite side. 2-0 as Original gets their second goal of the game.
It's starting to become automatic for Aipx Gaming. There's 2 in a row. Espionage have not had anything. They had a shot, maybe two. But Aipx, they have just been raining down upon Espionage, and they are not gonna stop anytime soon. And Espionage, this series not over, but things need to change. And the biggest thing is you got to stop the explosive offense of Aipx Gaming, but how? When you got shots like these coming on the regular, it's so hard.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is even you feel like when you get in the zone, we've seen a couple of times where it feels like Espionage might be taking control of the ball. When they send it to the net, Aipx just always has a solution. You need to find something, and you need to find something quick, because you had mentioned it. This game might not be over just quite yet, but man, time really of the essence here, because it's not just 3 minutes. It's 3 minutes knowing that if anything from the first two games has shown you anything, Aipx is going to put this in the back of the net a couple more times, maybe even right there as Original gets the hat trick, and we're not even halfway through the game.
That we are not. Shadow, great setup, and Espionage commits a little too early. 3 goals down for Espionage. They need to score these back if they want to start this regional off with a dub. Aipx, they don't want to let that happen. They're going to keep this fire burning. What a play. Lackstar comes in, but Espionage clears it out, and now it's Aipx Gaming running back, trying to make the save, but of course Shadow is there, the third man, boots it away. And this ball stuck on the orange half, but not for long. Able to clear back to the blue half, and Aipx, oh my, Lackstar, what are you doing here?
I mean, really just, when you're feeling yourself, you're feeling yourself. Now going to be trying to go up for a second touch. Isn't going to be able to do so, but that guy, Shadow, one more time, coming in big, going to be able to flip the field, wide open net. Lackstar not going to be able to put it in. This looks like it's going to float in front of the net. No one going to be able to find the answer just quite yet, but there's 2 minutes left. And speaking of answers, Espionage has none of those here yet, and it looks like maybe even here trying to push in the offensive zone, Shadow should be able to keep things alive. There's a net that could be open here.
Not quite. Original though. Here's a double tap opportunity, hit away to the side, back to the corner. Shadow, great setup, but both of the other Aipx players were going back. And Espionage, if they want to stay alive, this is the time they need to score. They need to score in about 15 seconds or less. And Mogas got a good start. The defense holds up, and there is the clear, and that's exactly what Aipx needed. Time of the essence, like you said, and now it is even more useful. 4 goals, 1 minute and 14 seconds left to go. Espionage, this game's not over, but it's getting real close.
And look, it might not be over, but I do feel like I'm starting to hear that one lady in the back starting to warm it up. She ain't singing yet, but I tell you what, Aipx continuing to keep this pressure down. They should be able to close this door a lot sooner rather than later. Shadow gets another shot here. It's going to be just a tad bit wide. It does look like maybe for a second Espionage might be able to clear the zone, but a couple players missing. Original Ash should still be able to find the back of the net. 5-0 here, and if it wasn't already over, it might just be over.
10 seconds for each goal. That's realistic. Maybe 1, maybe 2 times, but 5 times in one game, not gonna happen. Aipx Gaming, they take this game, they take the series, and they're gonna advance to 1-0 in the group stage. Espionage, they can try whatever they want to, but it's not going to change the fact that Original and Lackstar is the dynamic duo of the day. And there is one more goal for the two. I could watch that all day.
Oh, it looks so beautiful. And then when you add the splash at the end, just mwah, it's the icing on top. 6-0 here in Starcoin. I'm having troubles remembering. Did we allow only 1 goal in game 1, or was it 2?
It was 1 goal because it was a Brazil.
and then 2 goals in game 2. Right now, Aipx Gaming in game number 1 of group stage, now that Original finds the back of the net and is 1 goal shy of a double hat trick in game number 3. But I was about to say Aipx Gaming is outscoring their opposition in the group stages 27-3.
That is insane. In the group stage, by the way. And Shadow might want to make that a little higher number. Not yet, though. Original sets it up. Beautiful shot, but the save is even better. 10 seconds left, and Espionage just going to let this clock run down. Look for a goal, but they're not going to get it. And that will be the game. The first series going to Aipx Gaming. Game 1, 7-1. Game 2, 13-2. And then game 3 was 7-0. 27-3 total score line of the series. Q. Good game.
Woo. Man,
Good
wow,
game.
What a game, what a series. I think both of us were expecting Aipx to be able to come out on top there in game number 1, but we had mentioned it in the pregame show, right? Like neither of us were expecting a sweep like that, let alone a sweep in such convincing fashion. Wow, I can't wait to see. I line them up for NGale. Let's go. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we both expected a close series. You called a 3-2, I called a 3-1. But even if it was a sweep, I would have expected like 3 really close games. Not what we saw. A 7-1, a 13-2, and then a 7-0. Like, in what world was that supposed to happen?
You know, I know I was definitely surprised. Like I said, I was expecting to see some good changes, and I had heard that the dynamic here in the squad was being very much enjoyed. But when you talk about coming in with a new third granted, they've already obviously they got here, right? They've been playing, but when you talk about and the fact that when the bright lights are on, able to step up like that, and you didn't even need like a feel out period. You literally came out from the word go and just grabbed the bull by the horns and never let go.
Yeah, they did not only not let go, they got on top of that thing and rode it for all 8 seconds and then some. Let's not forget, Shadow, the first game, a little slow. The first half of the first game, really slow. But then the second half, they scored a couple of goals. They got involved in more plays. Game 2, that's when things started to come to life. 13-2. I think everybody had a hat trick on the game.
At some point, yeah.
Yeah, at some point, everybody had a hat trick. But I think everybody had a hat trick in Game 2 alone.
Oh, yeah, that's probably right. I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and Game 3, we just saw
like
it.
That.
Game 3, I mean, you saw what happened, 7-0. I think overall that was probably the best game from Aipx. They really were working as a team. Of course, there wasn't as many goals scored, but I think overall they played the best game in Game 3, which gives me some really high hopes for this next series, which will be against Nkasi Ballers. Yes, Nkasi Ballers.
And I don't know if that series is up or is finished just quite yet. We'll see if maybe we can let y'all give y'all an update in chat, or maybe just so y'all kind of know what they're sitting at. Obviously, we'll be back before the matchup to talk about that. But because of a 3-0, we're probably going to have just a little bit longer of a break because obviously the matches are we have to wait on the other matches and stuff to get started. But make sure you grab yourself a quick drink of water, but don't go anywhere, because if we just saw, was it 27, 28 goals over that series?
27-3.
27-3 in series number 1. I'm expecting Aipx Gaming to continue to turn that thing up and keep that thing turned up to an 11 for the next couple of series here. So make sure you don't go anywhere, all right? And I need y'all to do me a favor. Make sure, if y'all haven't done so, hit the like button and hit the subscribe button if y'all haven't done so as well, all right? That's Darkhorn here. I'm Q. We'll be back right after a quick break.
Those words, they hurt me. You'd found out what made me angry, then use it to your ability. Now you're trying to avoid me. You're the big problem here, a bully to many for so many years. Now shut your mouth, close your ears. Never learned your lesson and nobody cares. That's what you're here for, here to make me miserable. I know you get joy out of it. You hurt me but call me the same names again. You know I never let go, and that's so unforgivable. I know you ruined my childhood. You hurt me and do it all over again. You ruined my childhood. You hurt me and do it all over again. You always made sure I was last, never was anyone's friend in class. You always seemed angry and mad, but I know deep down you are so sad. You are so sad. Happy people don't do shit like that. So stop dragging me down. So stop dragging me down. That's what you're here for, here to make me miserable. I know you get joy out of it. You hurt me but call me the same names again. You know I never let them, and that's so unforgivable. I know you ruined my childhood. You hurt me and do it all over again. You ruined my childhood. You'd hurt me and do it all over again.
to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with this life, like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 when I'm cold, I fall to thee. Will you be there when I'm ready to save me? A superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. You called my soul when I was falling. You moved the clouds to stop me from hitting the ground. And every goal there was a meaning. For this love ain't kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 when I'm cold, I fall to thee. Will you be there when I'm ready to save me? A superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. Oh,
I don't know what to say, I don't know what to say, I don't know what to do. Colors all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go.
Welcome back to the Aipx Gaming YouTube channel. I'm still Starcoin Hero. That over to the left of your screen is still Q, and we have game number 2 on the way, where we go up against Nkasi Ballers. And Q, we saw game 1, just got done about 5 minutes ago. What was the overall score of that?
I mean, the entire series was 27-3. We had, you know, I think we had some fair questions about, you know, having a new player. I mean, even though Shadow Hunter, you know, was the coach before, moving from that role to player is always going to be a little bit of a change, right? And even though we often see coaches oftentimes playing, you still can't help but wonder if sometimes how that fit might still be different. But man, it just, you know, you had mentioned even during the games, the synchronized swimming aspect of it. I mean, just always in sync. It just, to be that well oiled of a machine right off the rip, especially knowing how important game 1 was, the way we were talking heading in. Wow.
Yeah, a lot of synchronization, a lot of coordination and communication, which is always what you want to see in a Rocket League roster. And like you said, of course, Shadow being the coach does help out, but there is a huge step from going from a coach position to a player position, two completely different things. Of course, if you have player experience or have coaching experience, it's going to help you in one or the other, but still, there is a big transition period between those two. But it seems like Shadow is playing that transition perfectly because they really balled out.
And so now we're going to be moving into our game number 2 here. Nkasi Ballers. Okay. All right. I said a couple different times. I do apologize for butchering it there, but it's game 2. It's a new team. Do you expect to see the same sort of aggression right off the rip, or do you think there's any chance that there's still any sort of feel out right in the beginning of game 1 here?
Well, of course, it could be the same game. It could be completely different. Nkasi Ballers coming off a 3-0 loss to Limitless. If I can go ahead and check those scores, seem like it's 3-0, 4-0, and then 2-1 for that series, so they're likely not going to be as confident as us. So I'm going to look for another Aipx win, but I don't know if it'll be as big as Espionage, because in Kasi Ballers, they have 3 amazing players. They're a fairly new team, but they have a lot of firepower behind them, so of course it will be a dangerous team. No matter if they're if they have chemistry or not, when you have 3 players of that caliber, it's going to be a hard game. And like we said, sometimes it's not about getting the 3 best players, it's about getting the team with the best communication and chemistry. But when you have 3 amazing players going up, it's still not going to be quote-unquote easy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here. I can't help but wonder if maybe, especially also too, I mean, obviously Limitless being a name in the region that's got, you know, a little bit of weight to it, right? But I can't help but wonder if maybe that first game was a little bit of a feel out, not just for them trying to feel out Limitless, but also feeling out themselves. You talk about that chemistry and things, and I'm going to be curious to see how their first part of this game plays out, knowing what we just saw from Aipx in that last series, where if you give these boys an inch, they're going to make sure they take a mile.
Oh, yeah. No inches spared for Aipx Gaming, and I'm sure that Kasi Ballers knows this. This is kind of that style of play here in SSA. Teams take advantage of the slightest little the defense, and that is really good Rocket League. So I'm gonna hope on the side of Nkasi, of course, for their best interest, not for our best interest, that they don't give up much space for Aipx Gaming, because if they do, Aipx Gaming is going to take a mile. Like you said, they're gonna make an inch out, or they're gonna make a mile out of an inch.
And so we are officially live here with our first game against the Kasi Ballers here, and you can see playing aggressive. I thought maybe potentially we were going to be seeing Original be able to push that in from the front. Goes to the corner though. Blackstar not able to punch it in, but Shadow follows it up, and just like that, we had questioned how quick we were going to be seeing the boys here from Aipx Gaming taking control in game number 1, and it only took 31 seconds.
Yeah, we have our answer, and it's Shadow on the first goal this time. And Aipx Gaming off to a magnificent start. What can Kasi do to strike back? Aipx Gaming, they are still looking fine. They are looking amazing. And the defense and offense starting to fire on all cylinders. Danger levels for Nkasi, but it's risen to clear that one away, and now they have a little bit of room to breathe, but I'm sure Aipx will cut that room right out of Nkasi's possession very quickly.
Yeah, you see, I mean, right now they are keeping a little bit of possession in here, but the second touch on that drop down wasn't able to punch it in. The question now becomes, how quick can you reverse the field? See, Laxar is going to be able to push it up, isn't going to be able to get the second touch in the corner here, but right behind them is going to be Original. Everyone is rotated up, was looking like there might be potential for a quick push up, pass over to Laxar, and bang, just like that, 2-0.
Easily, Shadow sets up Blackstar, top left corner, or actually no, it's the top, or it's bottom left corner, sorry. Still, it's a left corner, it's a good shot. It is a 2-0 lead for Aipx Gaming, and Nkasi have no answer yet. Still a long series ahead of us, but they need something to change. Blackstar with a huge flip reset, Shadow coming in, squishy save from Snoozy. And that keeps this game at 2-0 for now. Good defensive showing from Kasi Ballers, but Aipx Gaming still hot on their trail.
Yeah, you know, one thing I can't help but notice here, and I don't know if maybe I'm just now seeing it, and I didn't see it so much earlier because there's so much control in the offensive zone, but you can see that even as soon as the Ballers try and start clearing things out, even the up front like players are doing a good job disrupting enough that they can't really maintain that control, so they're not coming in really able to get good runs at the goal here, which is going to allow the team here from Aipx Gaming to just basically get the free, I don't want to say free clears, but easier clears, and then they just regain that control back into their own offensive zone. Really loving seeing the nice tandem of offense and defense here from Aipx. Second touch, trying to drop that thing down from Blackstar. No one's going to be able to be there to follow things up. I thought Shadow might have been able to line up a quick hit right back into the offensive zone, but as for now, does look like the Ballers trying to fight back.
Oh, and fight back they have. Not only have they fought back, but they have successfully landed a shot dead center, and Shadow's a little too slow on it. It'll be 2-1 now. Aipx still in the lead, but Nkosi have made their mark on this game. So Aipx, they need to treat this game with a little bit of respect, and Nkosi demands it. And I think from now on, they're going to get it. It's been a long time since they've been scored on.
Yeah, and
a longer time since they've been scored on twice.
Yeah, or especially 2 back-to-back just like that. And we got to remember the last time there were 2 goals scored in the same game against Aipx. One of them was on a kind of a free kickoff, right? Looking like maybe here we're starting to see that synergy starting to click on the other side of the pitch. However, we have seen, as far as from Aipx, offense can be a good defense, but not just that, their defense pretty stout when they're over in that half side of the pitch regardless. So they just need to tighten things up here. It looks like a couple times, maybe just one more extra play might have been able to allow the clear, but we're seeing Nkosi here doing a fantastic job really maintaining the control in the Aipx zone. And I think that might be left for someone in front here. Not going to be the case.
Not yet anyway. Aipx still booting it over to the orange side. Shadow takes this slow, beats one, can't beat the second. And Nkosi takes this one away. This Balam has a mini 1v1, but Lackstar gets the better of it. Nkosi solo play does not work out this time. And Aipx looking a little bit nervous. With a minute to go, they just need one more goal to take this lead back. And hopefully in this game, that might be the one, but it's not in yet. Aipx still controlling. Oh,
no! It looked like they were starting to maintain the control, over-rotated just a little bit, and Snoozy able to make Aipx pay, and that's going to be the first time we have seen Aipx in the deficit against the squad. They only have 51 seconds here in order to try and at least tie things up, and if not, even maybe regain this lead, but time not going to be on their side, and it's really looked like in the back half of this game that Aipx has been playing a little bit on their heels here. We've been seeing them in their defensive zone so much compared to that first series. Not sure if that's more on their play or the Ballers here, but you can see playing disruptive even in that mid-pitch part of the mid part of the pitch there. I mean, they're not letting Aipx get into the offensive zone at all.
They aren't. As soon as Aipx seems like they have some confidence and has an attack brewing, they just completely spill the pot. Aipx, they have something here, and Nkosi immediately takes it away, and they play it slow. They don't try these big booming shots right off the rip. They steal the ball away, and once they have possession, that's when they got it. This ball needs to stay up. This is going to have to be kept up, and it is not. Nkosi Ballers take game one, 3-2. After starting off with a 2-0 lead, Aipx dropped 3 goals in a row, and the first game of the series goes the other way. Unfortunate start to Series 2.
Yeah, and especially even when you look at it, too, you had mentioned how there's a stronger first half of the game. I mean, you had more shots on goal, knowing that you accrued those obviously more over that first half, but just weren't able to find the back of the net. I mean, you technically had more saves as well because, you know, the Ballers are doing a great job putting that pressure into their side of the pitch too, but man, after having such a strong start in that first series, to drop a game like that where you're up 2-0, that's pretty tough. But I do gotta say, if there's any time that you would like to see the squad from Aipx Gaming get tested, you would rather it be in the group stage where you still have redemption versus once where we get to the lower brackets where those series really do mean so much more. We still have it's a best of 5 as well. I mean, it could still be a reverse or a gentleman's sweep going the opposite way here. So I'm going to be really interested to see if Aipx might be able to turn things around.
Yeah, there's still a long way to go and a lot of opportunities for Aipx Gaming to turn this game around. This game So far, first 30 seconds, Aipx has ruled the orange half of the ball. Or the orange half of the field, sorry. They've got the ball in the orange half more. And Kasi, they're starting to gain some momentum. They're starting to formulate an attack. But Aipx not letting it stay like that for long. It's like Snoozy trying to control this ball, take it up through the air. But Aipx does not let it stay there for long. Backboard shot, hit away to the side, and now we've reached a stalemate here in the corner. One of these teams has to make the first move, and it's going to be Aipx booting it back down.
Ooh, and that ball's going to float in front of the net there for just a second. Original's going to take it into the corner. Not going to be able to get the second touch, but you can see Shadow at least puts that thing off the backboard. I thought Lackstar might have been able to get the angle there to at least keep things alive, and unfortunately, though, not going to be the case. We are seeing, as far as from the defensive side, from the ballers here, I was going to say they're starting to have a little bit of openings on the backside here, and now that's the first goal of game number 2, and you see that does go in favor of Aipx Gaming.
That it does. Top center for Lackstar. It's Original with a pass play. Aipx taking the lead first, and they need to keep on this game. They can't just let the ballers come back. They got to stay on the gas pedal. They got to keep going down the highway. No brakes, none of that. Just keep going fast, keep zooming. You will. It's going to lead to success and glory. Original, what a play! But the angle's too light, and now Nkasi going to take this one the other way. It has to be the save, but it is hit away. Still dangerous, but we're out of the deep water.
You know, one thing I'm wondering, kind of looking at the defense here from Aipx Gaming, especially not so much the defense, but the rotations when they're in that offensive zone. It feels like maybe they started getting used to kind of that lackadaisical defense that they were seeing from Espionage, just because they were having to play more aggressive. And I can't help but wonder if maybe they're just pushing up a tad bit much, which has kind of allowed some of those, you know, not open goals opportunities, but once they're falling back and kind of in a little bit of disarray, it's hard to really regain that control. We've seen when Aipx is in their defensive zone and they've been locked in that half of the pitch for a while, they're able to play their game and lock it down. It's when things go a little awry. A second touch trying to come in right in front of the goal. Nice save coming in there. Now can they get the clear is the question. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, at least until Ryzen comes in for now, keeping things alive.
There it is. Lackstar to the side, and Shadow's a little too slow on that. Danger zone for Aipx, but Nkasi can't make anything out of it. They're going to keep this ball going down. Shadow has a 1v1, wins it, but it's pinched between the backboard and the car. Lackstar takes it over toward the center. It's another shot, but it's saved away. Again, a team bump, and Shadow, if Shadow did not get that touch, that was a goal for Nkasi. Great gameplay by Shadow. Great game set as well. It was a great pitch. One more shot, but it's still not going in. The defense of Nkasi nearly unbreakable now.
Good news for you, though, as you keep catching them, having to really rotate over for these great shots, you might be able to find an opening. You just got to stay concentrated. Nice pass in. That's going to be just off the side, but Original, the team, or the player who continues to find the answers for the team of Aipx Gaming here. That's now 2-0. Now, granted, we have to remember they're up 2-0 in game number 1, but there's only 69 seconds left here in the game.
Come on, Q. Come on. We were doing so good.
I can't help myself. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I would have said the same thing. 1 minute to go. Aipx Gaming up by 2, and this is looking a lot better than game number 1. Like you just said, there's not a lot of time for Aipx Gaming to mess it up, but gonna knock on wood for that one. And then Nkasi, so far, not much offense being shown this game, too. It's been a much more defensive game, and the defense has been phenomenal. Don't get me wrong. But defense wins championships, but you can't win a championship with 0 points. And at the moment, Nkasi, well, they have 0 points.
Yeah, I think, you know, also, I'm not sure if there were adjustments made in game 1 or if maybe it was just about feeling them out more so. I mean, because again, it felt like they took control in the early game. Might have just been more of a momentum thing, but in the back half of this second game, we are seeing more of that Aipx gaming that we saw in the first matchup against Team Espionage. Maybe not finding the back of the goal as much, but we are seeing plenty of control over on this side of the pitch as we see 3, 2, 1. Once this ball touches the ground, we're going to be evened up at 1 game apiece, going to a game 3. Nice job there by Lackstar to go ahead and hit that thing down. Nice job to come out here and equal things up.
Well, yeah, a much better game played by everybody.
Look at those
on
shots.
Board, and look at those shots. That is, let me do my math. 10 shots to
No. Look
many?
at the other side.
I know. 10
there's
shots to
none.
0.
No shots.
0
Wow.
shots, 0 goals, 0 assists. Of course, 7 saves, but when you have 10 shots, 7 saves is not enough. You need 10, and they did not get 10. In Costly Ballers, of course, they completely dominated us in the save department, but I mean, look, 2 bars ahead that. 0 shots. That is insane. I don't think we're doing that justice. That is outrageous amount of shots.
Yeah, even especially when you think back to the early part of the game when it was still tied up, because we spent quite a bit of time on the Aipx start of the pitch for that first like 90 seconds, right? Still allowing no goals. And then after that, again, back to kind of what we saw from Aipx in that first matchup in Espionage. Maybe not finding the net as much, but being able to show that defense makes a great offense, or offense makes a great defense, because they just weren't able to get into the zone at all.
They weren't. They got close a couple of times, but Aipx cut it down before he could get started. That's one of those. That's one of the upsides to the best defense is a good offense, is because whenever you're playing against a team that's aggressive 24/7, it's hard to get into a zone because you just don't know when the other team is going to attack. So sometimes you can get beat on those, but sometimes you can beat your opponent because they just don't know what's about to happen next. Sometimes the best defense is chaos, and in this case, that is definitely the case. And look at this, Lackstar getting a little sticky with it, but it's not sticky enough. Incosi takes it the other way, and we've reached a point where this ball just kind of stays at midfield.
I mean, I kind of feel like it's almost shades back to the last game we saw, right? It's kind of in the Aipx half of the pitch, but not really, right? No shots are really coming in, at least not to this point. Blackstar was starting to make me a little nervous, making sure I wanted to see that where he was going towards the wrong goal. It looked like he was setting up for his own, but you've at least now been able to push things very briefly up in this baller's half of the pitch. Shadow going to be able to regain control for a second here, but it did enough because Original had rotated back and now going to be playing this thing off the sidewall. The question is anyone going to be able to come in for the save? The answer is yes, clearing things out, but Lackstar very much able to regain that control here for Aipx. Oh, only briefly though.
Yeah, 2 versus 1, but Original wins it. Still dangerous. Aipx needs to clear it out. They need a good clear, and that is the one that they're gonna get. It's over towards the side, and Coffee still controlling this. It's gonna be a good shot, a little too far away, and fall him! Oh no, that was so close. But Aipx holds on. Lackstar sends it back the other way. It's off the backboard, and Original gonna set it up towards the center, but it has to be Shadow. Loses the 50, and now Lackstar comes in, and he's gonna have an attempt, and he misses the ball. Unfortunate, but we're still good. Original pops it over towards the center, and it is officially cleared away. Not the best attempt at the net we've had this series, but oh well.
No,
still
but you
tied
know what
up.
I like to see though is even after missing the ball in the first drop down off that sidewall, it went in immediately for the demo, trying to still create that extra space, right? Having that awareness and being able to very much switch the switch that ignition from going from I'm trying to get control of the ball to I'm just trying to buy space and being successful. Those are some things that you can look forward to for the rest of the game, because it does look like Aipx starting to regain that control and kind of starting to keep things over on Nikosi's half of the pitch. Shadow pushes things across from the corner. No one quite far enough up towards the net to be able to make a play off it just quite yet. Shadow is going to be able to win that contest. Third touch here towards the middle. And fortunately, I think Lackstar rotated over just a tad bit much, not allowing them to get the great angle at it. But still, since they're playing so aggressive, they're doing a good job of allowing themselves having extra space when it goes into the defensive zone because it's not controlled. We're seeing the pass come across. Might have been able to find an opening here, especially if you win that 50-50 for Lackstar. Just not enough oomph behind it. Oh, but wait, Original finds the back of the net. That's insane. That turned around quick, didn't it?
Yes, it did. That one got the producer in here. Aipx, shout out. Great producing so far. But we heard a let's go, and that was all of our reaction. A huge battle, a great rally between these two teams. And in the end, Aipx comes out on top with the goal. And I'm seeing Nkasi playing a lot further back, which makes for a lot less goals being scored, but it also makes for a lot less goals being scored on your side, which is not good. Goals need to be scored, and you're not going to get that by playing with all three players in the net.
Yeah, especially against a roster like Aipx, which already showed against Espionage that they love to play aggressive here. They've been able to capitalize. Again, maybe only finding the back of the net thus far one time, but just like in game 2, it's not necessarily just about finding the back of the net on your side. If you find it once or twice, as long as you can keep the ball out of your goal on the other half of the pitch, that's all that matters. And they've been doing a fantastic job of that thus far. Big Demo comes in, is going to buy some space, which is going to allow Risen there to come in with an equalizer with less than 30 seconds left.
A Demo on the back line doesn't help, leaves Lackstar in a 3 versus 1. And Lackstar, great player, but a 3 versus 1, I don't think is happening. However, 28 seconds to go. The kickoff goal.
That hurts.
It happened again.
Yeah, it happened again. That's a tough one there. And now, because now it's not like the last time it happened where you were still up by 2 goals. That now gives Nikasi the lead, which is now going to mean the pressure's on your half. Otherwise, you lose this game, your back's against the wall. You need to win too in order to still try and remain unbeaten here in the group stage. I thought we were about to be seeing things, a nice little highlight play there. Unfortunately, not going to be the case, and since they are over-rotated open net on the opposite side of the pitch, and it does look like we are going to be seeing Aipx going down 1-2 heading into game 4.
Looks like it. 3-1 for Nkasi, and it's all because of the stupid kickoff goal. But we still have game 4 and game 5 ahead of us. Need to win 2 in a row to stay alive. But I believe in the boys. 1-3 final score. Series point for Nkasi. But being completely honest, that series was close. It was that game was close. It was 1-1 or it was 0-0 most of the game, and then Aipx scored first, and Nkasi, they got 3 back-to-back, which is never a good sign, but sometimes you get unlucky. Looking at the stats, very even. So I think Aipx has a really good shot at taking these last 2 games. They just need to play a little more formulated. They're playing very nice, but whenever things get dicey and when things get unpredictable and chaotic, that's when they struggle, like the kickoff goals. They got caught off on that, and that's what ultimately started the downfall for game 2. So they need to watch out for that a little better.
Yeah, you know, one thing I can't help but notice as well is when Aipx has let their goals up, it seems to be in bunches, right? It was the 2 kind of back-to-back even in the series before. Obviously, the 2 in game number 1 and the 3 here kind of all got bunched up together. Otherwise, though, Aipx has done a good job of controlling the pace. I mean, even when you look at the stats, they're pretty well even other than the actual score, which obviously means a little bit of difference on the saves. But, I mean, you know, same amount of ball control as far as ball touches and everything. So you know how tight this is. If you can start things off with, oh, I don't know, an original goal in just 6 seconds, that gives you what you're looking for. That might be the spark for game 4.
And Shadow with the bomb. They know what they need to do. 6 seconds in, Aipx Gaming saying the time for messing around is over. Let's win this game. Let's get out of here. Let's go on to Limitless. That's the confidence that we need here. First goal, very quick. And it needs to continue. And looking with how seeing how this team is moving around, it looks like it might just continue. There's another big opportunity. And Aipx tried to set one more up, cleared away by Snoozy, and they have some room to breathe, but Aipx immediately puts them into a vice grip, and they have their space back. Blackstar lets it come down. Oh, so close, but it's hit away. And Aipx now on the back foot, but probably not going to stay like that for too long.
No, I mean, especially when you really look at the pace that they're playing with here, really just on a different level from Nikasi. Nice save, though, coming in. That's going to allow the goal deficit to remain one, at least for now. A nice little touch there as well. Shot coming across. Not sure if that got saved or if that happened to just end up sailing a little bit wide, but you can see so aggressive the team from Nikasi Ballers having to play on their back foot. They're basically on the back line trying to play reactive instead of proactive, and Aipx doing a great job of keeping the pedal down. That miss going to be a little costly, but Original with the nice little fakie here tries to get the 50-50. Is going to at least keep it in the offensive zone here. We also see on the backside, that's going to be Lagstar, puts that off the corner. We might have Original set up, unfortunately, is going to get touched away. Shadow with a nice little drop and another big save from Nikasi, but you can't help but wonder, with the relentless attack we're seeing from Aipx right now, when are we going to see the cracks end up allowing more access and end up allowing the ball into the back of the net?
I think we're going to see it pretty soon. This hyper defensive play cannot continue for much longer before it starts to break. And with 3 minutes left to go, let's not forget Aipx in the lead. And Nikasi Ballers, they need to score, so they need to switch from this hyper defensive play style. They do at just the right time. Almost a goal for them, but Aipx stays in it for now. We've reached the halfway point, and Nikasi finally has an actual attack going. It's been 2 minutes 30 seconds, and it's about time they get some space on the blue half, but Aipx Gaming doesn't let it happen for too long.
Yeah, we see here Aipx just playing so strong, so fast. I mean, really just seems to be playing on a different level right now, getting back into their group, into their zone. But we do have to worry because we have seen leads starting to dwindle around this same part of the game. Original says we want none of that, though. That's going to be a second goal. It's 2-0 here again. I feel like we've seen this story a couple of times this series here.
We definitely have. We're gonna hope for a different ending this time, though. Last time this happened, well, actually the last time this happened we did end up winning, but last time this happened with 2 minutes on the clock, we ended up dropping 3 in a row. We're gonna hope that does not happen. We're gonna hope we can hold them off. We can send this to game 5 and we can win game 5 and go on to limitless 2-0 in the group stage. 90 seconds to go. This game not over, but they do need to play a little cautious. Aipx does.
And we see here, though, Shadow going to be able to get just enough speed to get the touch. Nice pass up to Lagstar. Unfortunately, the defense standing strong now, trying to turn that defense into offense, but Aipx trying to hold firm on their defensive end in their own right. That's going to be a big clear here for Original. I think if Shadow would have been able to get a touch on that, I think that drops into the goal. Unfortunately, ends up just a tad bit short. You can see here, though, still moving up into the offensive zone, still keeping that pressure down. Original has no boost, but it's at least going to get the touch, which provides a little bit more space for the rest of the team to be able to rotate back. But for now, we are going to see Nikasi try to see if they can at least break the seal, because they need 2 of them things, and there's only 44 seconds left.
Clock's ticking for Nikasi, still down by 2. Snoozy takes it over, centers it up, cleared away, and Lagstar just going to delay that ball, let Original catch up to it. But Nikasi not letting off just yet. They're going to need to be thrown off of this horse. But there might be... No, the horse still under Nikasi, but they need a goal now if they want a chance to win this game. 10 seconds, still down 2.
And here it is. That's going to be the defensive stop you were needing in order to ensure that you walk away with the dub in game number 4, because even if that goes across the net just like that, there's no time left. It don't matter. It's still going to be Aipx walking away with game 4 here. So I mean, it's close. It looked like was trying, a little bit too much too late, but Aipx going to force a game number 5, trying to see if they can keep their record alive, trying to make sure that they secure that highest seed available when we get down into the playoffs.
Absolutely. We need one more win, which we have a score update. It was Limitless versus Espionage, 3-0 in favor of Limitless. So far, they've not dropped a single game. Can't say the same for Aipx Gaming, but if we win this, we get a chance at Limitless, and we get a chance, or if we lose, we get a chance at Limitless, but if we win, we get a chance at going undefeated in the group stage against Limitless. You get what I mean. You get what I mean.
I mean, I guess here's the silver lining, right? Because even if you drop this one and then win against Limitless, you have the head-to-head, right? So you'd still win the bracket. The dream of still being able to win out the group is still alive. You know what I mean? Because of how things have played out here.
Yes, that is true, which I did not think about that. Thank you for bringing that up. This is true. If we do win the game against Limitless, despite winning or losing this one, we will have the group. So basically, if we win against Limitless, we have the group. So we could just say, all right, we forfeit.
I wouldn't say that. Nah.
We got to play it out. We got to keep the undefeated dreams alive.
Not only that, but I think when we see the boys from Aipx here walk away with game 5, especially off a nice early goal from Original here, this is a big not only momentum builder because you're building off the game, the first series, but you've shown yourself that you can get tested and still fight back. When you go into what I expect is going to be a knock 'em out, drag 'em out game against Limitless, whereas Limitless can't really say the same thing going into that game. So I think here, still in game 5, if you can walk away with the dub regardless, still it's 2v2, or it's 2-0 versus 2-0, but you've shown that you can get tested and you don't break, whereas, Limitless hasn't shown that yet. Think that's a goal? No.
Not yet. Not quite. Still dangerous, but as I say that, Inkazi clears it away. Aipx Gaming has to restart, but they're used to restarting. They are used to building a rally from the ground up, and I think that's exactly what they're about to do. Look at Lackstar. Sets it up perfectly. Shadow! Oh. Banger! And it's in. 2-0 Inkazi. They are in trouble. 2-0 Aipx in the lead, and Aipx needs to keep on this gas pedal, need to keep this aggression coming, and they can't let off the gas pedal now. They have a tendency to let in goals when they get up 2. Can't let that happen. Need to stay awake, need to stay in that winner's grind set, which they love so much. They cannot let that slip away.
Yeah, and you can't help but point out, though, the beautiful awareness from Blackstar was trying to find another nice pass there, but on the last one, obviously able to find the teammate that was there lurking in the shadows for the goal. Now trying to do the same thing here, playing really aggressive, sends that thing across. Shadow keeps it alive, at least on this half of the pitch, which means, since you have everyone rotate up, you don't have to worry about that quick counter attack here. You see Original's going to be in goal. I think got a touch on that, which should allow Shadow to get the big clear down the pitch. Lagstar is going to at least give a pass to the teammate here, trying to see if they can get things under control. And just the fact that they're up here in the offensive zone goes back to what you and I have talked about so much already over the course of the day, where the offense really being a good defense, because you're just playing keep away.
Simple as that. Sometimes the game of Rocket League, the best strategy is the most childish strategy, the keep away. If you're up 2-0, keep it away. Don't let them touch the ball. If they can't touch the ball, they likely can't score the ball unless you have an own goal, which we've only seen one of, thankfully, and let's be honest, that one was going in. What was that touch from Shadow? Are you kidding me?
They're in their zone. I don't want to call it too early, but they look like they're really feeling themselves right now, really in their bag, able to just they've come out here from the word go. Oh, and that's going to be a big miss. Can they capitalize? The question comes off the backboard, but for now, they are going to be able to be safe. Blackstar gets a second touch, which at least puts it back towards the goal. And we're now under 2 minutes. 2 goals needing to be had. Maybe a third if the boys from Aipx can find a solution here. But for now, the lead still being 2.
The demo from Original wants to keep this ball under control. Can't do it in the way that he wants. It's hit away, and now it's coming around the corner. Shadow with a huge opportunity. Original popping it up. Maybe a goal, but it's not slotted in just yet. Risen watching it all the way through. He's gonna boot it back down. Blackstar a little slow on that, but now Nkasi is able to try to turn the tide. Shadow almost touches, but almost is not definite. 70 seconds, Aipx still up 2, and Nkasi need to score 2 more times to tie it up. But the question is, can they do it?
Yeah, we saw Shadow did a good job getting that ball and getting it up deep in the Nkasi territory there. Nice demo here from Blackstar to buy some more space. Original tries to drop things off, but Shadow had already started rotating back, and good thing because Shadow was able to be in position there for a nice little save. Now the question is, can you turn your offense into defense? It's only 36 seconds left here, so really as long as you can make sure you keep the stone wall in front of the net, you don't need to play aggressive. But big clear open net from Shadow, bang like that, 3-0, and I think we're going to be seeing a battle of undefeateds in our next matchup.
I think so. Limitless versus Aipx Gaming about to happen. Of course, 30 seconds left. Still theoretically possible for Nkasi, but all Aipx has to do is bleed out the clock, and that's exactly what they're doing. Blackstar taking as much time as possible, and all you gotta do is bleed, 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 and that will do it. 10 seconds for 3 goals. Not happening. Aipx, they take the win in the series, a very hard-fought series, going all the way to Game 5, all the way to Champions Field. And it turns out Aipx Gaming are the champions team. What a game. 2-0 now is the score in the group stage. And we go up against Limitless, the other 2-0 team. And Q,
And you know,
we're in for a banger.
yeah, we're in for a banger of a matchup, but I wanted to touch back on a few things. Actually, first, let's look at these stats, and then we'll touch on it. So as far as the stats, I mean, look at the shots. I mean, that just really tells the tale of the story. I mean, we're talking about 13 shots compared to 2 on the other side. Even if they were shooting 100% on the side of the opposition, they wouldn't have been able to put the meet up that 3-goal capacity there. But what I kind of wanted to talk about, now that we do know that we're going up against Limitless, both teams being 2-0, when this does get into that Game 4, Game 5 that I am expecting, again, now the squad from Aipx, they're going to have that confidence that they know that they've been through the battlefield. And not only that, you come into Game 5 of what's been such a tight series and win in that fashion. You know what I mean? This isn't a 1-goal difference where it's like you don't know till the end. Aipx had control the whole time. They've got to be feeling good going into matchup number 3.
Definitely. Game 5 was their game. They were controlling. They were the better team. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. 3-0 was the final score. Of course, Nkasi Ballers did get a couple of games on, but even in those games, at one point, Aipx Gaming had the lead. And it was a freak accident that lost it. I'm not going to say it should have been 3-0 because it should not have been. Nkasi Ballers, very good team, put up a very good fight. I'm just saying that Aipx Gaming did have a lot of internal errors which caused their downfall in those 2 games. But overall, good series, great series even, if you will. And now we go on to, in my opinion, the biggest game of the entire group stage. Aipx Gaming versus Limitless. Of course, Limitless signing this roster was a huge, huge deal in the Rocket League scene. And they have been a monster. Was it like 3-time regional champions? Something like that?
That sounds to be about right. I mean, when you look at the other side, the roster to die for Snowy Dart, I mean, you can understand why they've got that reputation, right? And at the same time, though, I feel like when you have two, returning players, but it feels like a fresh start with a third, I feel like you don't worry about what anybody else is bringing to the table. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, definitely. No worries at all for these teams. And honestly, there shouldn't be any worries for either of these teams. These teams should be able to play their Rocket League and hope for a good game, because Limitless, they've kind of been the overlord of SSA for a couple of months now. But Aipx Gaming, if they play their game, they can win. They can win. It's not like this team is miles ahead. They're a little bit above everyone else, but if Aipx Gaming play at their level, at their highest level, I think it's more like this. Apex Legends. I did it again, Q. I did it again.
You did it again. Yeah, I know. It's hard when you're casting multiple titles. I get you.
I know. Aipx Gaming, if they play their best Rocket League, all it takes is a couple of whiffs and a couple of rotation errors from Limitless, and we've got it.
Yeah, I think what's going to be interesting is two things here. Is one, you had mentioned how there were a couple internal mistakes that we had seen that got punished in this last series against Aipx, right? But when you're going against a roster like Limitless, you can't really have the mistakes. So one of two things happens. Either you got all the mistakes out of the way, or you're going to have a bigger hole to fight out of, because Limitless is going to make sure you pay for every single mistake that you make. With that being said, though, you had mentioned how, we've had this, the Limitless has had this hold over the scene for a little bit. People have kind of built them up. I want everyone to remember that the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Keep that in mind. We'll be back with our third matchup here after a quick break. Grab some water. Y'all, we'll be back.
Should I take it or leave it out? It got me thinking now, and now I'm stuck in this loop again. It got me thinking now, should I take it or leave it out? What would happen if I talk to you? Got a feeling that I get a blue.
Would you be my Fortnite? Would you be my Fortnite? Would you be my Fortnite?
It got me thinking now, should I take it or leave it out? It got me thinking now, and now I'm stuck in this loop again. It got me thinking now, should I take it or leave it out? What would happen if I talk to you? Got a feeling that I get a blue.
Would you be my Fortnite?
What would happen if I talk to you?
Would you be my Fortnite?
Got a feeling that I get a blue. It got me thinking now,
Would you be my Fortnite?
what would happen if I talk to you? It got me thinking now,
Would you be my Fortnite?
what would happen if I talk to you?
Would you be my Fortnite? Stop the time, 'cause I wanna freeze this moment. Make it mine, hold you close. Now my heart's wide open. When I'm with you, suddenly I feel no pain. Do you make it go away? Do you make it? Stop the time, 'cause I wanna freeze this moment. Make it mine, hold you close. Now my heart's wide open. When I'm with you, suddenly I feel no pain. Do you make it go away? Do you make it? Do you make it go away? Do you make it? Do you make it go away? Do you make it? Do you make it go away? Do you make it go away?
Welcome back to the Aipx Gaming YouTube channel. Starcoin Hero, your boy Q. And we're back with round number 3 of the group stage of the RLCS SSA Winter Regional 1. Or the Winter Open, excuse me. And Q, we're in for a banger. These are 2 of the best teams in SSA duking it out. Aipx Gaming and Limitless. What are we thinking?
This is, you know, we had talked about how potentially in the first game we were expecting it to be a 4 or 5 game series. This one's 5. It has to be 5 games, right? Like, unless one team somehow manages to come out in game number 1 and just really steal the momentum, you know, I mean, otherwise, I feel like the fight's going to be tooth and nail. It's going to be a 5-game banger. The one thing that I'm going to be curious about, I was kind of looking at it in between the games. I'm not sure how to read it. So obviously Limitless, they swept Nikasi Ballers, right? However, when they swept Espionage, which obviously also Aipx did, they didn't score nearly as many goals against what seemed to be a kind of a lackluster defense. So it makes me wonder if maybe Aipx is just able to come out and play their game, play aggressive. They can catch Limitless on the back foot because they've kind of had an easy road, whereas Aipx did just come out of a tested, like a real hard tested game. You know what I mean?
I do get what you mean. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays. I don't think I can predict how it's going to go, but I think it's going to be a good game. That's one thing that I will predict in very high confidence because, like you said, Limitless, they did, of course, 3-0 in Nikasi Ballers, which is the team that we took all the way to 5. But Espionage, they only scored a maximum 6 points against them, and they lost, or they won one of the games 4-3, which was a pretty close game. So it's going to be hard to see. It's going to be hard to judge, is what the word is. It's going to be hard to judge how this team is going to play against each other, because it's 2 different styles of play. It's, of course, 2 of the best teams in a certain region. But how are they going to play together? Because I don't remember the last time these 2 teams played. I don't even know if they have.
I would, you know, I'm trying to remember myself. It hasn't been recent. And regardless, we also have to remember that Aipx does have the roster change, right? And I think we can agree, even though Aipx did look solid even in the last event, they seem to have really bumped things up a notch here for the Open. So to start off the split for winter. So I think what you really got to watch out for, I don't want to say it's so much game 1. I want to say the big thing to watch for is going to be game 2, seeing how whatever team loses is able to respond, especially if the team that does lose is Limitless, because again, they haven't been tested. But let's get things going here. We're already 13 seconds in. Does look like, at least for now, Aipx is keeping things in the Limitless side. Aipx is going to be seen on the orange, Limitless going to be in the blue. We'll see Shadow at least be able to partially get the clear, not able to get a full touch, but able to at least keep things away from the goal for now.
Once we have a little bit of time, which it looks like we not yet. Okay, we have some time. Limitless scores the first goal, and just a defensive, not necessarily error, but just an overpowering offense from Limitless secures the first goal. But doing some digging, I found where Aipx Gaming faced against May Contain Nudge, which is, of course, the roster that Limitless signed. Of course, this was in the Fall Regional 1. They faced off against May Contain Nuts with the old roster. They lost 3-1. But, of course, this was 3 months ago. This was when Aipx Gaming had their last roster, and May Contain Nuts was not a part of Limitless yet. So, different game, a different year, different series, different stipulations. Could be a completely different result, Q.
And we see here right now doing a good job playing a little bit more aggressive this time around, but under control is the most important thing that we're seeing from Aipx Gaming. They've been doing a good job of keeping things into the offensive zone. Also, can't help but notice when looking on the right side of the screen, doing a good job more maintaining their boost. That was kind of what really led to their downfall in that last goal. It looked like they were just a little deprived in that category. But as far as for now, you're going to see the dive for tries to reverse the field, but isn't going to be able to find very much success success. You see, even this time around, Shadow comes in with a big clear. Second touch keeps it alive. You got a ball floating around. Question is, can you at least keep the ball in the offensive zone? You get 2 touches coming in here, not anything really going on just quite yet. A little bit of that stalemate that we see from time to time in Rocket League at half court, but to die for does get control, goes the opposite way, and that's now 2-0.
2-0, and Aipx has been suppressed very hard. It is game 1. It's early in the series. We cannot just say that this series is over. We can't get discouraged. It's not a great start. That's even worse, but there's still a long series ahead of us, still a long game ahead of us. We saw what happened in the second series against Inconstant Ballers. Aipx Gaming got up to a huge lead, and then Inconstant Ballers brought it back 3 in a row, and we lost the game, so something similar could happen here, but something needs to change on the Aipx side.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a little bit too of sometimes what we do see when 2 Titans like this face off, where it's just more Aipx trying to read the side of Limitless, but we need to start reading a little bit quicker because this is now 4 goals in just over 2 minutes from the side of Limitless. Now, the one thing that sometimes could happen is maybe they're just letting all of their goals in game 1. This is a long series. Game 1 could set the tone, but also, like I said, what I was really going to be looking for was game number 2, and now more especially in this case, because right now we have not seen Aipx, at least thus far today, in this scenario, down by multiple goals, and there's still plenty of time left on the clock. How can you respond here, and how can you respond when you start with a fresh slate come game 2?
Going to be fun to see. But I think Aipx, what they need to think about for game 1 is getting a goal on the board. Not necessarily winning, because 6-0 is not good start. It's not good. But if we can get a couple of goals on the board, that will hopefully try to rejuvenate this team's mentality. Because when you lose a game like this is one thing that doesn't get brought up much. When you lose a game like this, your mentality is destroyed. Your mentality is down in the dumps for quite a while. So if Aipx can score a couple of goals, make it a little bit more competitive than the score would show, then we might have a shot at bringing it back in game 2 and just setting our eyes on the future. But right now, I think we just need to take this 1 goal at a time.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now you just got to get back to the game plan. I mean, I can't help but wonder if part of this, because we've seen both of the last 2 teams that Aipx has played against, I don't want to say surrender control of the ball, but be a little bit more comfortable playing from the defensive and trying to turn that into offense, whereas we see Limitless has come in here really, really fast. They're really dictating the pace here, really playing aggressive, and not just obviously from the side of putting a shot on goal, but we're seeing bumps, we're seeing demos, we're seeing just the whole package come in, which should be expected when you play against Limitless. But again, this is the first time that we've seen competition like this.
Oh, definitely. We have seen series go to game 5, but we have not been outscored 7-0 until now. Congratulations, Limitless. You have got the award of outscoring a 7-0. But Aipx Gaming, I'm looking for a goal. I'm looking to get at least the Brazil, because if we know that the Beast can bleed, we know that we can attack it, and we know that we can do damage, and we can kill the Beast. If it bleeds, we can kill it.
Yeah, so I think right now you're just looking for a couple goals here to show you that you've got the formula together. That's going to be a touch off the back wall, but really good second touch up. You can see up from Darth trying to clear things up into the opposite side. It was a nice little pass left there for Snowy. However, they weren't able to really get a good shot on the goal, but even regardless, we're seeing this little back and forth, that tug of war over at midfield. And unfortunately for the side of Aipx, most of the times when we see this happen, it is Limitless that does come out on top and at least pushes into their offensive zone here. So you got to see if you can, again, build yourself a little bit of momentum. You got Shadow getting a nice shot on the goal. You're able to get a couple of people out of place here. If you can get a goal, it'd be so big, but now there's an open net on the opposite side. At least it sails just a tad wide.
Blackstar takes this one through. Tit by Limitless stays in the corner for now. Aipx keeping this ball under control. And Darth's gonna take it away, hit it over towards the side, and I think this game is over in about 3, 2, 1. And it's on the ground. No, now it is. Limitless take the game, 7-0. Not a good start. Not a good start to the series. 0 goals scored on the side of Aipx, and I don't want to look.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the shots, you look at the ball touches, it really tells the tale of the story. I mean, Limitless just really dictating the pace there. I mean, no goals, obviously, but also very limited shots against Limitless. 4 shots only coming in from the side of Aipx. Game 2, though, I said heading into this matchup, that's going to be the game that I'm really looking for. Does Limitless maybe potentially let that foot off the gas? Does Aipx get punched in the mouth and bounce back like Rocky Balboa? We'll have to wait and see here, but you mentioned it from just the perspective of how game 1 looked, it did not look very good. Let's see if it's a better start in game number 2.
We're going to hope. And Aipx wins the kickoff, but to die for, keep this over in the corner, and Limitless, they will eventually win this ball back. Aipx fighting it off though. The Limitless have control of this ball now. Aipx hits it back over. It's going to be a shot on goal, but still not in yet. Limitless defense going very well, and Aipx, their offense still needs some more time, more opportunities, and that's the opportunity they need. Game 2, first goal goes to Aipx, 1-0 for the boys. Big shots.
That was big there, especially because of how it happened, right? It wasn't a clean series into the offensive zone. You push Limitless back into their defensive side, and then you just continued to play aggressive, which caused players to further and furthermore have to swing out of position in order to try and make a play, which left a wide open net. Now the question is, can you take that lead and build upon it and make sure that you put this thing away from Limitless? Because if there's anything we learned in game number 1 is that they can score in bunches.
They can. They score quickly. They score in bunches. It seems like whenever the defense of Aipx is not performing to their full potential, that's when they score, and that's when they score a lot. Reminds me of a team we played just about 20 minutes ago, doesn't it?
Yeah, now the question becomes, can you at least take that one and brush it off and try again, right? I mean, now the goal, at least it's just tied. It's back to a tie ball game. Let's just say it's 0-0. You started off aggressive. I think here you just got to continue playing your game. You've won the kickoff. You push things quickly into this Limitless half of the pitch. The only problem is they were all rotated up, which means a big clear could cause some problems. Nice job by Blackstar there, though, to be able to at least get things into control. Shadow's going to try and send it off the back wall, but you see Snowy says none of that and gets it clear the opposite way. And here's back to that tug of war. I feel like the big question becomes who wins it, because that's a nice shot on goal here from Limitless. They're applying a lot of pressure. Big defense from Aipx.
Huge. They need to keep this going. It's a tie ball game. Taking the lead back would be massive. Shadow getting a little swifty. It's a shot from Limitless, saved away. Aipex's defense is amazing right now. They've only let in one shot off of a long range one. There's a redirect. It's far down. Still dangerous, and it's finally cleared away. Limitless double tap potential. It's off. No goal yet. Aipx still controlling. Misses the redirect. And Limitless have some time to think, and that is not good news for Aipx Gaming.
Yeah, if Blackstar would have been able to get that hood on it, I think that was going to find the back of the net, 'cause I think it would have just gotten past the defender there. You see here now at this point, Original's going to keep the ball up into the zone. The question is, does Blackstar commit? The answer is no, but Shadow's following up and lurking, doing a good job of being able to follow back. Make sure you get that defensive play at midfield, which keeps things alive in the zone, but not able to find the back of the net here. Now Snowy, nice little drop down into the bottom right-hand corner, and that's now Limitless regaining the lead.
Aipx committing a little too quickly, leaving the back line open. Limitless is a team that knows what's going on at all times. If they see a play starting to brew, they know how to play against it. Oh, that was nice. That was nice. Yeah.
And that was a beautiful play and a heartbreaker. You gotta give it up to it though. I mean, you gotta see beautiful control from Deny for there. Still can't help but acknowledge that. But what a dagger here to Aipx. You start off with a nice response to game number one, but slowly but surely Limitless has regained control. The question is, can you try and fight back? We see you're at least going to be able to disrupt the play, keep things over on this side. Shadow's not going to be able to win the contest, and now if things go back to the opposite side, there is a wide open net. Shadow needs to get the stop here and at least stop the attack for now. Original's going to go the opposite way, coming out of the corner. Can you drop that thing down? Nice contest, followed up by Blackstar, and the lead now cut to 1.
Chops it in half like the Lumberjack. And with a little over 90 seconds to go, 94 exactly, Aipx has a shot. They're only down by 1, and this team has shown that they can score on Limitless. Not only that, but they've shown they can score on Limitless consistently. That's 2 goals in this game. This is possible. It's going to be hard. Limitless is a great team. This defense is amazing, but it is breakable. The beast can bleed, therefore we can kill it, especially if they keep giving us awkward touches like that. Blackstar's a little too close. Limitless gonna boot this one back away. 60 seconds. No. Oh, beauty of a save! Keeps this team alive. 60 seconds to go, and they need to get on the other side very quickly.
Yeah, I thought Shadow might have had a chance there to flip the field, but Darth doing a good job to maintain control, leaves things up for to die for, and Limitless proving why they've got the reputation that they have in the region, now back up by 2.
4 goals now for Limitless, 2 down by Aipx. They need to get these back. Still a winnable game, but Limitless just going to keep going to the air. They know they can win on these air dribbles, so they're just going to keep going to them. I can't say I blame them. Here's another one. Limitless goes up to the air where they have consistently won. But Aipx winning this down, they're going to take it back to the ground. That's where they have consistently won. When this thing goes to the ground, Aipx cannot be beat. 15 seconds, Aipx needs one now. Don't think they're gonna get it though. Sent over to the side, in the corner, and unless this goes in, which it has a potential, but no, that'll do it. Original missing the redirect, misreading how that ball comes down. One more goal, maybe, doesn't look like it. But either way, it's over.
Good news for you here. You closed the gap, right? Obviously a much different game than game number 1, but you are down 2-0. Starcoin Hero, tell me what you're seeing on the stat sheets here.
Well, in the last minute or so, I saw something change in the side of Limitless. They realized that they can consistently beat out the Aipx Gaming players if they just take it to the air and they just try to drill it into the net, which is not good news for Aipx Gaming, but there is some hope. If Limitless keep trying to just drill the ball into the net and they keep punishing Aipx for playing too far back, they might get hyper-focused on that. They might completely forget about the game plan, because let's not forget, one game plan is great. If you have a strategy, if you have something that consistently works, by all means, continue doing it. Continue punishing your opponent. but you can't get tunnel vision. You have to keep an eye out for the rest of the field. And I'm worried on the side of Limitless that might happen. So Limitless, they're going to try to go to the air a lot more. They're going to try to drill these balls into the Aipx goal. But it is not all hope lost for Aipx. This game still winnable. The reverse sweep is possible. Not the best start, but it's still possible.
No, I mean, but you got to remember, Aipx was on the board first there in game number 2, and we did see the tides turn around that halftime-ish point of our last game. So, I mean, Aipx, they know that they've got a recipe in order to be able to cook. The question is, are you going to be able to have the time? Because Limitless doing such a great job, playing aggressive, pushing up, making you play in the defensive zone. And as we've talked about so much over here about where it's worked in Aipx's favor, where a good offense makes a good defense, it's starting to work in that favor here for Limitless. You need to start playing a little bit more aggressive and hoping that those extra 50-50s and contests start to work in your favor, because something needs to happen. That's a big demo.
Something unlike that. That was dangerous. Limitless pulls the ball away. Huge demo, almost the 50 goal. But Aipx has to regain. Shadow pops it up. It's an opportunity. And it's an amazing play by To Die For It to hit the ball away and not let it get any closer to the net. Limitless now starting to refine their footing and has a huge opportunity. The double tap misses, but Limitless still controlling.
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking seeing the rotations that we're seeing right now as far as from Aipx, because they are playing a little bit more aggressive, even on that goal that was so close that you were talking about there. We saw Laxstar try to make a play to bump To Die For, just wasn't able to get there in time, or I don't know if maybe they're going for the contest, but regardless, you see them trying to go a little bit more aggressive than we've seen them play thus far in this series. Here might be able to make something happen. Goes just a tad bit wide, but we're going to see Laxstar gets the touch to keep things alive. I believe that was To Die For actually gets it clear there from the corner. Big shot coming towards the net. Really good defense though from Aipx, but you still got to find the back of the net.
Oh, they almost do. They almost do. They have another opportunity. It's hit too hard. And Limitless will drive this back down to the orange side of the field. The angle on the touch is too awkward. They can't make it work. Snowy takes this one up, but Aipx gets in the way again. The defense looking strong, but when you're going up against an offense like defense, going up against an offense like Limitless, your defense needs to be even better. And at some point, your defense is going to be the best that they can be, which is not good news for Aipx Gaming. That just means the offense needs to step up. It's not completely done. 2 minutes for 1 goal, very doable. OT, I think that's doable as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're still in a good spot. I mean, you see it every game. Aipx has been able to tighten up, tighten things down. Maybe you're starting to find the solution little by little, and once you unlock it, I mean, it wouldn't be unheard of to see a reverse sweep. Again, Limitless definitely would be a story to tell, and you and I would definitely be here for it, but right now it needs to start with just 1 goal. You're at about 93 seconds here left at this point. You talked about 1 being very, very much doable. You got to make sure that you're not overcommitting, because you can't make this a 2-goal deficit. Darth with the big clear, passes it up with To Die For. Nice 50 on the contest to at least prevent the full control on the side of the Limitless half of the ball. Able to get that control in the air, drops things down. Unfortunately, though, it is going to get cleared the opposite way. The question is Shadow able to keep the fight alive? Does look like so, and I think Laxstar might be able to make something happen. Snowy with a big touch though.
60 seconds, Aipx looking likely, almost forces it in. Aipx still controlling, keeping the ball on the blue half of the field. Aipx, they have a shot. They need to keep Limitless at bay though. The attack is coming. They need to hold it off, do everything in their power to get this ball back onto the blue half. And I think they're going to do it depending on how Original touches this. First touch is good. The second one, not so great. Still in limitless control, but that punch will get it over. 20 seconds. Aipx needs to change their ways.
Oh, the bump. They've tried to get the bump on the dart to try and get control off that clear in the opposite corner. Unfortunately, didn't work. We talked about how they were going to need to play aggressive. I feel like maybe a couple of times playing at the ball instead of towards the bump might have worked more in their favor, as we now see the clock expire, and this is going to end in a sweep. And although this was the closest game of a 3, being a 1-0, it's still a loss, and we're going to have to see Aipx Gaming still take one more dub to stay alive in the playoffs.
It's true. We go into the bracket down to round 1. I believe it is at second place as we are 2-1. Yes, Nkosi and Espionage, of course, they are both 0-2. One of them will be 0-3. The other will be 1-2. So Aipx will secure the second place spot in Group A, which means they will face third place in Group C, which looks like it'll be Astronic Esports. So likely a good game over there. And once again, Limitless played a good team. There's a reason why they're called the best team in SSA. They are a very solid team, but give us a game 4 and I think we win. But it's a best of 5.
I think what you saw there was each game Aipx started to piece things together, right? It's just unfortunately never being able to put things over the top to be able to walk away with a dub in any of those games. But I think a lot of good building points to say, hey, in game 3 with our backs against the wall, we were able to take the beast the distance in a 1-0 matchup. So that's something that I think you can build on going into this matchup against Astronic Esports.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of building to be done. And let's not forget, Astronic Esports, I believe their last round was a forfeit. So they have not won a game legit, because Realms was the 4th place in the group. They had to forfeit. And Astronic, they dropped 3-2 to ATK. They dropped 3-0 to Nixa. And then they got a forfeit win over Realm. So their mentality probably not in the best place. So we should be able to come off of this loss with a win, because despite it being a 3-0 sweep, that last game was really close. Going toe-to-toe with the best team in SSA, that's nothing to be ashamed of. And Aipx should know that. So they still qualify for the playoffs. They still are going to have a chance to win it again, but they just need to win one extra game. But I think it's completely doable. If we get a rematch against Limitless, I think we got a real shot.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got a lot of big things to build on. Also, you got to remember how good you looked in the games that weren't against the best in the region, right? So we are going to have one more game for today, which will then set the team up for as far as the rest of the playoffs tomorrow. Get yourself a quick break, and we'll be right back with that Astronic versus Aipx right after this.
pray tonight? Baby, can you pray for us? Oh baby, can you pray? 'Cause every time you make time, it's holy to the end. So pray tonight. So you won't know. For every run that we had, Mr. Run and I do it. But I'll be ready every day. You know everything's alright. Are you gonna pray? Are you gonna pray? Pray for me and fast. Baby, pray for me and fast. Baby, pray for me and fast. Gotta pray for me and fast. Baby, pray for me and fast. Baby, pray for me and Why didn't I know from the very start? Oh, you left me here just to fall apart. If I wrote you a letter, would I have a chance? Would you read my letter if I had it sent? If I wrote you a
can see as we're drifting apart. I can't believe how it all turned dark. Bring me to life, 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 bring me to life. When the night is falling, I feel the darkness calling, like I'm afraid to love. No one can see me now. When the night is falling, I feel the darkness calling, like I'm afraid to love. No one can see me now. No one can see me now. Bring me to
When all seems lost, thoughts lead you astray. Then I cry, then I feel pain. Why do I suffer so much? Save me before I pass out. Save me before I pass out. Before I pass out.
Clouds are stirring up the sky. I was always in denial of what I saw right in front of me. And every time I'm so damn lost to what I loved and what I lost. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head. It's telling me to say tonight again. And hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts. So jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever, forever. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Don't wanna run away with you. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Swear we'd never say goodbye. Fall asleep to lullabies with something that I thought I'd never find. And what is right and what is wrong, and all I ever saw was love. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head. It's telling me to say tonight again. And hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts. So jump into a love that won't be forgotten.
I don't wanna say anything, cause if I do I might say the wrong words. Oh no. So I'll keep my mouth shut and not listen. Afraid I lose you if I didn't. Till we find what we're missing and compromise. So I'll keep my shoes on and not leaving. We're on thin ice, winter season. Can't we find a single reason not to say goodbye? Oh, if I said what's on my mind, would you stay with me tonight? If I said what's on my mind, would that make you run and hide? Run and hide. Run and hide. If I said what's on my mind, would that make you run and hide? Would that make you run and hide? Run and hide. Run and hide. Oh, would that make you run and hide? Don't know what to do anymore. I'm out of options, nothing's working. I'm out of service. Come help me now, I'm fucking nervous. I'm trying but can't scratch the surface. So I'll keep my mouth shut and not listen. Afraid I lose you if I didn't. Till we find what we're missing and compromise. So I'll keep my shoes on and not leaving. We're on thin ice, winter season. Can't we find a single reason not to say goodbye? Oh, if I said what's on my mind, would you stay with me tonight? If I said what's on my mind, would that make you run and hide? Run and hide. Run and hide. If I said what's on my mind, would that make you run and hide? Would that make you run and hide?
If I could slow down the clock, I would. When I'm with you, I just feel so good. Every day, every single night. So for now, let's just take our time. Now that I've got you by my side, tell me how you running all around. Yeah, we gonna make it last all night. So let's just take our time.
Entombed in my mind, can't seem to break away. Lost in time, thinking about better days. Do you ever get used to the pain? 'Cause I don't know if I can do this again. Now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Lullabies of you still in my head. Bloodshot eyes, can't sleep, I'm rotting in my bed. Even the drugs don't faze me. I don't think you understand. I gave you everything I had. When did shit go wrong? And now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me rolling, I like it like this. Not rocket science, cause I'm a whiz kid. It's fire, fire. Fires up the galaxy up in this. I'll be rolling like it like this. Not rocket science, cause I'm a whiz kid. Fire. On the night out, I'm on the high cloud. Shooting stars at the crowd. I'll be rolling, I like it like this. Not rocket science, cause I'm a whiz kid. It's fire, fire. Fires up the galaxy up in this. I'll be rolling like this. Not rocket science, cause I'm a whiz kid. It's fire, fire. I'm just a red dog in your yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, la, la. Yeah, yeah. I'll be rolling, I like it like this. I'll be rolling like this. I'll be rolling, I like it like this. I'll be rolling like this. I'll be rolling, I like it like this. Then I like it like this. I'll be rolling, I like it like this. I'll be rolling, I'll be rolling, I'll be rolling, I like it like this. Then I like it like this. On the night out, I'm on the night cloud, I'm on the high cloud. I'll be rolling, I like it like this.
forget science, cause I'm a whiz kid, it's fire, fire. Stars of the galaxy up and down. I've been rolling like this. Don't forget science, cause I'm a whiz kid, it's fire, fire. Stars of the galaxy up and down.
Standing in the cold, cold rain, I don't even feel the pain. Anything to step away. I know we could both do better. Wish you would've left me here. Now I'm just controlled by fear. What's the point in our reflection if you never look in the mirror? Counting the days until you're gone, waiting for us to carry on. Oh, I'm running, what am I running from? Time's going by, but where's the time going? I tried to give you everything. You took it all and took it for granted. If you're still falling out of love, maybe it's 'cause it's not enough. Setting fire to my brain, wondering how I'm to blame. You're the one who doesn't dream, so why are you always sleeping? I remember when you said you're afraid of what's ahead. What happened to ride or die? I asked and you just start crying. How are you acting so surprised? Haven't you seen it in my eyes? Oh, I'm running, what am I running from? Time's going by, but where's the time going? I tried to give you everything. You took it all and took it for granted. If you're still falling out of love, maybe it's 'cause I'm not enough.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, we're toe to toe, we're always on the road. better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If I'm knocked out, I'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off. And we can. We say our goodbyes and light up like fireflies. 'Cause there's so many things left to explore. I don't wanna hold you back. Your heart is safe with mine, and I can't find the words to keep you, but I don't think I want to. 'Cause we're living it up for love, living it up for love. Just keep living it up for love, living it up for love. Whatever is good for you, I'm good with it, I'm
I know the air I'm breathing, it's no good for my lungs. I do this every season, I hate when summer comes. I fall into a trap that I made by myself. Oh, and I always do the wrong thing. I'm unstable and I'm unsteady, I've lost a million times already, and I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down. I feel unable and so unworthy, my heart feels heavy, I've lost already, and I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down now. And I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down now. And I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down now. I'm always self-destructive, I take a hit, I love it. Can you give me a second? I'm slow, got blurry vision. I fall into a trap that I made by myself. Oh, and I always do the wrong thing. I'm unstable and I'm unsteady, I've lost a million times already, and I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down. I feel unable and so unworthy, my heart feels heavy, I've lost already, and I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down now. Please help me see the things that I am, I don't understand. I'm doing the best that I can right now, but it's never enough. I'm not even ready to slow down. Just slow down.
You used to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with. This life like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, you be there when I'm ready to save me, a superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. You called my soul when I was falling. You moved the clouds to stop me from hitting the ground. In every goal there was a meaning, for this love ain't kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, you be there when I'm ready to save me, a superhero in your sleep. A superhero
Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get
Money, motherfucker, get money.
Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get
Welcome back, everyone, to the Aipx Gaming YouTube channel. It was a bit of an extended break, but we're here in the flesh. Starcoin Hero and your boy Q. We are ready to go with the first round of the bracket stage, which will be Aipx Gaming versus Astronic Esports. Q, what are we thinking?
Well, I don't want to make it sound like it's going to be too easy, but I think when you look at what you can build off of coming off the loss of Limitless, like I think hands down everyone would agree best team in the region, at least arguably so, right? And in the last 2 games against the best team in the region, you lose by a goal deficit of just 3 goals. We saw that they were able to have control against, I don't want to say weaker opponents, but not quite to the caliber of Limitless, and they were able to really dictate the pace. So what I'm going to expect them to do is come out quick, come out fast, and really try and seize that control early.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Astronic is a solid team, but they went 3-2, or they went 2-3 against ATK, and then 0-3 against Nixa, and then they snuck into the bracket stage with a forfeit over Realms. As look at this early on, that's Astronic taking the lead. I think that's
I think we
Astronic.
might have our teams on the opposite side here. It looks like, yeah, Aipx going to be on the blue side. So it's going to be a first goal here for Astronic. But I mean, we've seen the first goal doesn't always necessarily mean that's going to be the way as far as the pace of the rest of the game. So again, keep in mind, Aipx going to be on the blue side. They are pushed up into that offensive zone here. The question is, can you maintain it? Because that's where they've really been the strongest in the games that they've won thus far today. They really take that control and keep the pressure up, try to force those rotations over, but instead it's going to be Astronic with the beautiful counter, and that's now 2 goals.
2 goals unanswered so far for Aipx, and the defense of Aipx is a little slow on this one. I think it might be the just lack of playing and the delay that is getting these players a little bit rusty. It's not a whole lot of rust, but it might be just enough to throw them off of their game, which, I mean, it happens. If you take a break for 30 minutes after you've been playing nonstop for around, what is it, about 3 hours, then things change and you're not going to play the same. It's going to take you a game or two to get back into that rhythm, as there is almost a third for Astronic, but Aipx keeps it out for now.
They're keeping things alive. Their defense starting to wake up a little bit here, but can you get the clear and turn the defense into offense is the question. I mean, the good news for you, there's still plenty of time still left here on the scoreboard, right? I mean, we're talking about 3 minutes, 30 seconds. There's still plenty of time left in game number 1 here, but you would like to get that first one on the board here soon, especially because you had mentioned they've been playing for a while, but more than that, they've been sitting for a while. So if you can get that first point up on the scoreboard, remind yourself what you're here to do, that might allow them to really kick into high gear. But for now, Astronic trying to maintain that control, big clear, pushing things into the opposite half of the pitch. Unfortunately, Laxstar not able to get the touch going into the corner. Laxstar should be able to rotate back, maintain control, at least momentarily here, but that defense from Astronic really seems to be holding tough here.
Yes, it is, but you can't rely on your defense fully. Of course, you got a great defense. Let's not forget, Astronic are up. They could theoretically just hold Aipx off, but this offense is way too strong for that. Eventually, it's going to break, and I think Shadow might be able to break it right here. Not quite, but the attack's still coming in. Astronic not out of the water just yet. They're out of the deep end, but they are still in the pool.
Yeah, they're still needing to try and find their way out here at the moment. Unfortunately, still taking water. I mean, not able to kind of clean or at least start to close that distance just quite yet. Nice touch here by Struce to get little, at least to be able to get it a little bit of distance away from straight ahead of the goal. But while they're up in the air, not able to get a second touch. Laxstar able to drop it down. No follow-up though from any of the teammates here on the side of Aipx Gaming. We're seeing back to this little tug of war here at that midfield. The question is, who can regain the control? Because where we were talking a little while ago about 3.5 minutes and only a 2-goal differential, we're now at 1 minute and 47 seconds, now down by 3.
And that is just a really good read from Nuke. You can't really say much about it. 3-0 for Astronic now, and Aipx, they are not playing like the same team that they were just last series. Of course, they got 3-0'd last series, but this is different. Aipx, these shots just not landing. Astronic playing their hearts out. And Aipx needs to learn a way to break this team.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for Aipx right now is we have learned in successive series that they do know how to fight back. Even that second series, right? There was a little bit of that fight back and forth, but they were able to come back and pull things off in Game 5. We even saw them close the distance with the best team in the region in our last game here, but you would really like to at least put a first point onto the board here if your Aipx game, and prove to yourself that you can do it, and Original does just that with 60 seconds left on the scoreboard.
That's a good start. Comeback is still very possible. Like you said, you need 60 seconds to score once. Then you can worry about the game-tying goal, because let's not forget, you can keep the ball up, get the 1-second goal, or the last second goal, I should say, pretty realistically. So this game is not over yet, not even close. Astronic needs to do a little bit more for a little bit longer if they want to end this game, and that is almost enough, and there it will be the, not necessarily the nail, but likely the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I mean, right now, though, you still do have 40 seconds to get yourself one more goal or two on the board just to, again, build that momentum going into game 2, because realistically looking at it, 3 goals, 40 seconds, that's like 13 seconds a goal. That's a pretty low window there. We do see, though, Lackstar trying to take control into the zone here quickly. I think that was a team bump, might open things up. Shot lower corner, that's going to be Shadow. And now maybe potentially looking for the comeback with 30 seconds left.
I don't know. It's hard to say, because Aipx, they have struck back very quickly before. But can they do it again? With just 20 seconds to go. Winning the kickoff for Astronic is not the way you want to start it off, but that's not necessarily a deal breaker, especially if you got this startup shot. It's hit away, and Aipx got to get it in right now. Astronic keeping the ball away. That's a banger, but it's saved away. And that will likely end this game unless it goes in now, which is not going to. Aipx drop game 1.
Yeah, but I think when you look at things here, right, you saw the second half really looked a lot better in the Aipx favor. I mean, even when you look at the shots there, I mean, it's even, I would almost say a little bit in the favor of Aipx if my math does me right. But what are you seeing from the stat sheets here?
Well, of course, I'm seeing a little bit of misleading stats simply because Aipx started off slow. They had a little bit of ring rust coming in. They were only off the air for about 30-45 minutes, but that is definitely long enough to get yourself out of that mindset and to just work off, or to work up some rust, which does not seem like a lot of time, but it is. 45 minutes can completely kill your zone. But now we go to game 2. I'm looking for a lot better play from Aipx. I'm looking for some more solidification, some more communication, and I'm looking for some more goals to be scored on the Aipx side.
Yeah, you see playing pretty aggressive. They were able to win that initial kickoff there. Also saw the early demo up in the offensive zone. I thought might have been able to create enough space to be able to find the back of the net. Wasn't the case. You are going to see going in this guy at least gets the stop, but you need to see if you can try and keep pushing things up if you're Astronic, because right now we're seeing on the Aipx side, they're really taking control here in game number 2, doing a good job making sure they're getting those first initial disruptions on the offensive side for Astronic up in their defensive zone. That way it makes it that much harder to try and push it up into the Aipx half of the pitch. Touch comes in off of the corner post. We're seeing touch off the back wall. No one there to be able to follow up. Second touch comes in. I believe that was Strudik there, which does push it and clears it up to the other side. A little back and forth here, trying to make something happen off the side post. And it looks like, at least for now, we're still in a scoreless game.
WR Specs tries to change that up, but it's not happening yet. Aipx taking the initiative, charging, putting their best foot forward, and now they have an opportunity. It's going to be off the backboard. It's a little high, though. Going to waterfall down. A shot has some potential, a lot of potential. Not good enough. Astronic's defense holds it out, and Aipx keep trying. They keep going to the well, and Astronic's not letting them. This time it's closer. The best attempt they've had yet. Close but no cigar. Q, this team's defense is insane. What can Aipx do to break it?
I think they just got to keep playing aggressive. We're seeing where when they continue to play aggressive, push these balls into the corner, sometimes cause a miss on the side of Astronic, which then causes extra rotations on that orange side of the pitch. I think also, too, we've seen a couple times where they've started to build a little bit of space with the demos. We haven't seen one in a little bit of time. I'm not sure if they're more trying to line up for the goal or if they're just trying to make sure that they're ready for the rotations back into the defensive zone when we see Astronic clear it down here. But I feel like if we can see them just push that pace just a tad bit more, they should be able to strike gold.
Gotta agree with you. The demos and just keep attacking. If you keep forcing the rotates, if you keep making Astronic move more than they have to, you're likely going to locate a hole somewhere. It might not be the first attack or the second, but once you get pretty deep into those string of attacks, when you get down to 4 or 5, 6, maybe even 7, eventually a hole's going to break. Best teams in the world, if you keep attacking, forcing those quick rotates 4, 5, 6 times in a row, they are going to break. This time it's Astronic bringing it back over, but Aipx keeps it out. Now,
yeah, but we did just see in that last transaction now, or that last transition into the offensive zone, we're seeing more bumps that we are looking for coming from Aipx. You just need one opening, right? It's 0-0. It's a deadlock game. Is that going to be a big save coming in on the side of Astronic? Original tries to make a play. That's not going to be the case, but you can still see playing aggressive, tap off the backboard, not able to get high enough here. Original tries to drive it home, but another big touch coming in from the Astronic side here, trying to see if they can turn defense into offense. Laxstar got just enough of that for the deep redirect, but Astronic is going to be the first team on the board with 60 seconds left in game number 2.
Not a good look for Aipx. They struggled for 4 minutes straight with opening this team's defense up, and they did not get an inch. And Astronic, they come in after being on the back foot for what seems like the entire game. They strike, they hit, and they have a goal with just a minute to go. Possibility to go up 2-0 Q. If I'm on the Aipx team, I'm worrying, which I kind of am.
Yeah, it is. Right now, you do need to start playing with a little bit more of a sense of urgency. But at the same time, even when you look at this game, it's a 1-goal difference. I don't know if you need to worry about changing up the game plan too much from what we're seeing here. You just need... second touch, third touch. Oh, no one's going to be able to push that in front of the net. 15 seconds left. I think you've got most of the formula here. Another ball that rolls just in front of the goal. Original goes to the sky, tries to see if they can clear it across the pitch here. 5 seconds left. That's going to get pushed off the back wall. Original keeps things in the air. This needs to stay up, or that will indeed be Astronic going up 2-0, and it's going to be left to Aipx looking for the reverse sweep.
Oh my goodness. 2-0 for Astronic. This was 100% not the result we thought we were going to see coming into this. We thought we were going to see Aipx take this one going, because looking at the stats, Astronic Esports should not be this dominant, but they are. They take the stat book out of our hands and they throw it in the trash can. Astronic, they're playing amazing. Aipx, they just need to play better and find a way to disrupt Astronic, because this team is not beatable. They went toe-to-toe with Limitless just about an hour ago. They can go toe-to-toe with Astronic. They just have to change their game style a little bit, which is definitely doable for a team like Aipx.
Yeah, I mean, especially, as we're starting game 3, just a quick reference back to those stats that we had seen. I mean, out shooting, out controlling, once again, just not able to find the back of the net. The question is, are you going to be able to here in game number 3? You sure would like to start with the first goal here. Shadow going to be a swing and a miss, going to give control here. That's going to be an open goal. Nice play by Original, though, to be able to get the stop. Pass on over to Shadow, who's on the sidewall. Now trying to come off and tries to push things up. Not going to be on to goal. Nice stop there as far as from the side of Astronic. You are also going to be seeing Specs comes in, tries to disrupt the little bit of momentum going on the offense for Aipx here, trying to turn defense into offense here. Leaves things up there. I thought Nuke was going to be able to bounce that off the back wall to themselves, but at least for now, we're still left scoreless.
Now we are. And a minute in, it's looking pretty similar to game number 2, but Aipx seems like something is different. Trying a different rotation maybe. There's an air dribble attempt, trying to bring it up and drill it into the goal, but Aipx doesn't let that happen. Now, almost the flick, very close. Astronic keeps it alive, keeps this game going, keeps this game scoreless. And Astronic not letting Aipx have their moment. They keep hitting away everything that they bring to the table. It's off the backboard. It is down and it is out.
I think right now you need to stay consistent without over applying pressure here. I feel like that's where we've seen Astronic really be able to capitalize against Aipx versus those first two games when they start to over rotate, apply too much pressure. But regardless of what I'm saying, Shadow says, let's go ahead and break up this scoreless game. It's now 1-0. And I think, is that the first lead for Aipx?
It is the first lead for Aipx. Wow.
So here we go. The question becomes, can Aipx take this lead, take that control, and build on that momentum? Because you're just talking about the last two games, it looks like they've had the control as far as in the zone. It's just we've seen some great counterplay by Astronic, able to capitalize on some mistakes. We're going to see Original goes to this guy I thought was about to potentially miss that for a second, at least gets a nose onto it. Question is, can he move things into the opposite side? Strudic keeps things at least moving towards the goal. Aipx, for now, going to have this lead, looking to try and double up.
That they are, and Shadow has a huge attempt at it, drills it in, and it is a goal. No questions asked, no doubt about it. I mean, you knew you were not stopping that one. That one was going in no matter what.
The coach turned player here, doubling up the lead, and now it's a 2-goal lead for Aipx. And now you can feel a little bit more comfortable again about not overextending. You don't need to over-apply your pressure. Go back to those rotations that we did see in some of those earlier games that seem to still allow you to apply pressure but not have those openings on the counter. That's going to be left in front of the net. That's not going to be followed up by Shadow, though, thanks to the single touch. You can see, at least for now, it is back into the Aipx defense, but very quickly turns the opposite way as Shadow. Big touch from Nuke, though. Otherwise, it's about to be a 3-goal lead.
About to be, it might still be. The waterfall is massive, and the angle is sharp enough that it goes in. Q, that angle was sharp enough to cut paper. I put paper up to my screen, and it's already ripped in half. Wow.
Sheesh. That thing was pretty, and if there's anything that we know about momentum when it comes to esports, or even especially Rocket League in particular, momentum can be such a huge swing, especially in a matchup that's been so tightly contested like the one that we're seeing here. If you can take this 3-0, apply a little bit more pressure, let Astronic know, hey, we are here to play, we are here to stay, as we see Shadow with the 4th goal here. And now we're starting to see reminiscence of the Aipx gaming that we saw in those first 2 games of group play.
This is textbook Aipx. I was worried for a little bit. They came off of that loss of Limitless. They looked defeated, they looked deflated, they looked rusty. But this is exactly what we need to see. Slow start to the series, 2 wins in a row for Astronic. And ever since then, it has been 4 goals for Aipx, completely unanswered, almost 5, but it's off the goalpost. 90 seconds ago, this game looking like it'll go the way of Aipx, unless Astronic has a miracle comeback in them, which I'm not sure they do.
I think the focus right now for Aipx, you don't necessarily need to add to the scoreboard, but if you can continue to stifle the offense from Astronic here, keep this thing at 0, let them know that not only is your offense here to play, but the defense wants to show up for the rest of this series. That would be huge. Big bump coming in to try and create an opening on the side of Astronic, but the defense rotations from Aipx really just coming in solid. Unfortunately, though, that is going to find the back of the net. Beautiful pass, I might say, from Nuke, as Strudic gets the first goal here for Astronic.
Yeah, it's a simple misread by Lackstar. Ends in an Astronic goal. Still 47 seconds only to score 3 more times. Aipx is still looking very solid, especially if Lackstar can make something happen here, which he can, as always. 5-1, and it's like it didn't even happen. Astronic now down for 41 seconds left. I think this game is about over.
Yeah, just like that, splash. 5-1 here. The offense for Aipx really seems to have been rejuvenated We are going to be seeing losing the draw here, but it was high enough that Original able to rotate back. I thought we were going to see Lagstar potentially get that touch and move that up towards the goal itself, off the corner here. Unfortunately, though, Shadow had already started rotating back towards the defensive side, so wasn't able to get a touch just quite yet, but now going to be able to come in. Isn't going to be able to get shot right off, but does leave it for Original, cuts it off. It's Lagstar, though, just missing right in front of the net. Man, that had to be looking like it was on a silver platter.
It had to, but sometimes things are not as they seem. One more good attempt, and it looks like we're done. Ball goes down, almost another goal. If there was another second on the clock, it would have been Aipx 6-1. Alas, there was not. Aipx not out of it just yet. The reverse sweep dreams still alive.
Yeah, and when I look at this stat sheet here, you know, we had seen that Aipx Gaming was able to take control on things like shots. Like, I would actually say ball touches were actually a little bit closer than some of the other games, but look at the shot output. We're talking about 11 shots from the side of Aipx to just 2. 2 of them things from Astronic. I feel like you've really found yourself a good little lane here if you're Aipx. If you can come out and duplicate that pace, you know that you're able to apply a whole bunch of pressure here down to Astronic. Let's go. Game number 4. You had mentioned a Star Coin Hero where hopes of a reverse sweep still alive. Original's going to push this thing up, but it does look like, oh, Specs actually going to miss it. A double whiff here is going to cause this ball to be back a little bit more into the Astronic side. Also, you'll notice, at least as far as from the side of Specs, no boost. Even as far as from the side of Nuke, lacking quite a bit in boost as well. They're not going to be able to capitalize just quite yet, but this push into the corner might be what Aipx is looking for to put that first goal onto the board. That's going to be off the backboard, but I don't think it's going to find the net.
Not finding it yet. The attack's still hot. Good game sense by Nuke to just clear that ball out to the side. There's no booming clears, so just sometimes let the ball come to you. Move it away to the side. Force Aipx to start over. But one problem with that, Aipx very good about starting over. One attack goes south, they're going to make another one as soon as you can say Aipx Gaming.
Here we go. They're back up into the side of Astronic. Still 0-0 here. Both defenses looking pretty solid. What I'm really looking for, though, from the side of Aipx Gaming, we know when they apply the pressure, Astronic starts to get a little chaotic on the defensive end. Can you cause a little bit of an over-rotation? You see a demo coming in there, which might buy some space, but I think because of the demo, no one going to be in front of the net to be able to follow that thing up, and now it goes the opposite way. Just high enough, not going to be able to drop it down, and Aipx Gaming might have just kind of lucked out a little bit there, because that looked like a big old biscuit there sitting right in front of the basket.
It was a big biscuit, but Astronic, the Butterfingers, the biscuit slips right through their hands and into the hands of Shadow. And it's a 1-0 lead for Aipx. Beautiful touch by Lagstar to set it up. Shadow just top of the net. Boom. 1-0. And 3 minutes left in game 4.
Now the question is, can you maybe potentially double up? Because we do know that Astronic's counter game has been what's allowed them to take the 2-game lead to start. But Original says, nah, fam, I'm going to go ahead and put a second one on the board. And like that, it's a 2-goal lead.
Astronic really struggling. Ever since game 2 ended, it has been all Aipx. Astronic have not had a single moment for themselves. Aipx has been harassing them. They have been attacking. They've been doing everything that Astronic does not want, including scoring goals, which they almost got another one right there.
We're going to be seeing here, Original puts it off the backboard and able to pass it to themselves for the alley-oop, and it's now a 3-goal lead. Aipx able to come out, really grab the bull by the horns, and momentum seems to be on their side.
Momentum seems to be on their side is an understatement. Momentum is completely siding with Aipx. They have all the momentum in the world, in the galaxy, in the whole observable universe, Q. Everything is going right for Aipx, and here's another attempt, and it's so close Yet so far for Aipx Gaming, Astronic going to bring it back the other way.
I think, though, you might have been able to catch him out of position trying to go for that counter attack. Now's where you could potentially make them pay. Nice job by Specs, though. Now trying to take control, go the opposite way. Really good defense, though, we are seeing coming in from Aipx. Lackstar going to try and at least bounce this thing off the wall, try and get control a little bit. I think that was original, trying to see if they can get a pass back up to them, but did not work out in their favor. But regardless, they are playing keep away. 2 minutes to score 3 goals. It's not unheard of, but as the clock continues to tick down, it continues to move more and more in favor of us going to a game number 5, and that just goes wide off to post. That's wide open for Original, but he is getting stonewalled as well.
Stonewalled for Aipx. 95 seconds, 3 goals in 95 seconds, still possible. Needs to get going though. Aipx has another opportunity lined up right for them. But Lackstar, beautiful pass. Oh, the whiff! Unfortunate circumstances for Aipx. Still not the end of the world, but that's definitely one that they're going to want back, and they might get it. Not yet though. They have to be patient. The waterfall, and it is cleared away. Aipx missing the opportunity. I'm not going to say it's going to come back to bite them, but it might be on their mind for a while. That was wide open.
And they got to have a short-term memory, though. Good news for you. The 3-goal lead here should probably assist in that. And also, you got to make sure that you're ready for this scoreboard to get ran back to 0 here in 45 seconds, because it does indeed look like we're going to game number 5. And if the 3-goal lead wasn't enough for you to feel comfortable saying that, hopefully the 4-goal lead should do just that.
I think so. 4 goals, 40 seconds. Not going to happen. Do the math with me. 1 goal every 10 seconds. It's realistic for maybe 1 goal or 2 goals, but you got 4 goals. You simply cannot do that 4 times in a row in succession without giving up a single goal. If it was 1 goal, 2 goal with 20 seconds, I think it'd be possible, but you can't do it 4 times in a row. It's simply not realistic. Sure, it's possible, but we got to think real here. Aipx is going to game 5.
And, you know, we got to realize here that we went, 1 goal allowed in last game, right? It looks like maybe potentially ending game 4 here in a shutout, where it looked like there was a little bit of a hole there in the first 2 games. They have tightened up here. We are now 5 seconds away. Astronic does avoid the shutout, but this game is over. We're going to game 5, Starcoin.
Go all the way back to game 5. 3 seconds left, and we will be done. Astronic, maybe a kickoff goal for you? Nah, not gonna happen. Gonna keep it in the air, but that will touch the ground before it gets to the net. 4-1, final score. We go all the way to game 5, where Aipx look to pull off the reverse sweep. And look at those stats, the lines on the right side of your screen on every single statistic except for saves, which in this case, you don't want.
That definitely makes sense to see why we were able to walk away with the 4-1 lead. And you know what? We have come this far. I don't think the boys from Aipx Gaming have come this far just to come this far. Momentum on their side here, and they have looked dominant in games 3 and 4. So we're going to be going into game 5 here against Astronic. I'm really looking to see what Aipx can do here in those first 90 seconds, because if they can dictate the pace, they're moving on to tomorrow's play.
Oh, definitely. They just need to dictate this play. Play like you played in game 3 and 4. Game 1 and 2 didn't happen. All you need to do, win this last game, and this will be their day. But here we are, Q. We go to Champions Field with a match against the Orlando Pirates on the line. The winner goes home. The winner goes on to the quarterfinals. 1 game, and we are done. 1 more shot to start us off. Aipx, so close. And that's exactly what we need to do. Off the gun. Punish Astronic's mistakes early.
Ooh, we saw one demo. I thought we were about to see a second one. Might have opened up a little bit of a space for Astronic, but I don't think they're going to be able to capitalize here. Yeah, we're going to be able to see the boys from Aipx here going to be able to switch the field. Laxstar is going to send that up. Was trying to send it off the back wall, but not going to be the case. We're hanging on board with Shadow here, trying to make sure that they're rotated back. Should be able to potentially clear this back. No, actually rotated back one more time. This is a very dangerous ball floating in front of the goal, and what a beautiful save that we see there. Laxstar going to try and turn the defense into offense, but I will anticipate that this is going to probably only be a one-goal game, and we might not see that goal until the final minute.
It's very possible. We might see the first minute also. Not quite. Aipx had an opportunity. Astronic, the defense, still very solid. They pushed it away. And Aipx keeps on the gas pedal, hits it over. Oh, a musty attempt, I think, from Original. Does not work out, though. Laxstar passing it over to Shadow, bumps it over. Huge opportunity. And Original takes the lead. They put Astronic on the hot seat, and that death timer's ticking. T-minus 3 minutes, 27 seconds.
Now, if you're Aipx here, I think you just continue to play your game. We have seen them, especially like you were talking about heading into this. Games 3 and 4 dictating the pace. Games 1 and 2 didn't happen. If you can continue to play your game here, you're essentially playing keep away. Even when they get these touches in their defensive half of the pitch, you're seeing that they're not able to get control going into the offensive zone here. Nice save coming in from Shadow, able to get the clear as well. Going into the corner, Shadow leaves that off the wall. I thought that was going to be Laxstar coming in, punching that in. Not going to be the case. Hopefully those two can get back, because Original going to be able to at least bounce that off the corner wall. You see Nuke was coming in, but that gets disrupted by Laxstar here. It should still be from the side of Astronic, able to get control of this ball, but you can see playing so fast, playing so aggressive. Aipx really pushing this pace here.
They are pushing Astronic back, and Astronic can't seem to find the strength to fight it off. Aipx just keeps it going, and Astronic can't help themselves. We're already over the halfway mark. Laxstar looking for another one. Can't get it this time, but Original still there. Tries to center the ball. This try is not the best attempt that Aipx has had. And Astronic will take this ball back. Ball stuck in the corner right now. Astronic trying to get something going for their offense, but they're not going to get it this rally.
Yeah, now we're under 2 minutes left here, 120 seconds here. And you had mentioned with that matchup against the Pirates on the line here, so you got to see if you can get something lined up. But Original trying to see if you can at least get a clear, push it up into the Astronic side here. Laxstar pushes things even, leaves it in front of the net. No one going to be able to follow up, though. But going back to kind of what I was talking about earlier, as long as you can continue to play keep away, keep the pressure, keep the stress up in that defensive zone for Astronic, it will be really tough for them to find an equalizer.
Well, absolutely. Very hard for Astronic to do anything right now, because Aipx are just playing so perfectly. And Astronic, they're playing good, but good is not perfect. They need to switch into perfect mode for those last 60 seconds if they want a chance at the Pirates. The 1 minute mark is officially here. Laxstar looking to do something dirty, but it's not happening just yet. Still dangerous for Astronic, but they can breathe, or maybe not. The false sense of security for Astronic, and it's Original to just yank the cane away.
That was huge. That's exactly what you're looking for. Now you need to make sure that you can stay tightened up, because if there's one thing that seems to be in common on the side of Aipx Gaming and their defensive side in the games where they've allowed comebacks, is the goals come in multiples. So you either need to find the goal one more time, or just keep playing your game up in the offensive zone. That's not going to be a shot on the goal. But again, the timer's ticking down, 33 seconds here. And if you can make it past, I was going to say the last defender, Astronic might have a chance at a goal. But otherwise, once everyone rotates back, you can anticipate a whole bunch of pressure here from Aipx. And we're just 20 seconds away. I think we're going to be seeing Aipx Gaming going into the top 8.
unless Astronic has something up their sleeve for this last goal. Yeah, we are. Aipx with control. Astronic has to boot this away. They need to score now, which I don't think it's going to happen. That attempt is way too high, and it is all over. Aipx Gaming complete the reverse sweep. They take the almost lost series all the way to Champions Field, and they showed who deserved it more. Aipx Gaming have a date with the Pirates tomorrow. Q. What a game. What a day.
We got to talk about something here, because heading into this game here against Astronic, we had seen the boys from Aipx drop a heartbreaking series against Limitless just because it looked like they closed the gap, but they still lost 3 straight games. Then you lose 2 games to Astronic. You had lost 5 in a row. Your back's up against the wall trying to get into the top 8. Here at the Winter Open, you go 3 games in a row, and it wasn't just 3 games in a row. They looked very, very dominant to close off the day.
Oh, they did. They looked incredible. I think in those last 3 games, they looked the best that they have played all day, which is a very good look for tomorrow, because if you finish off day 1 with a good look, that means you're likely going to start off day 2 with a good look. So despite what happened in day 1, a couple of slumps with Limitless giving us a 3-0 loss and dropping 2-0 against Astronic Esports, I think we're still looking pretty good. The 3 wins in a row is still a very good look and a very good way to end off the day. And overall, I'm excited to see what tomorrow has. Bring it on, Pirates.
Yeah, I mean, we're going into tomorrow for Aipx. You are 3-1, right? And your 1 is against a team that everyone kind of considers the best in the region. And I don't want to sound like I'm beating this point too hard home, but especially for the fact that this was Aipex's new roster. First look at Limitless. They haven't even had a chance to scrim them or nothing. So you take away that first game, which was essentially a feel-out game. The last 2 you lost was by a total of 3 goals. I don't think anyone else has played Limitless that close. You should be confident in that, and I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow.
Oh, definitely. And there is a possibility for an Aipx Limitless Grand Finals, and if I think it does come down to that, it'll be a best of 7. Let's not forget, if we had one more game, we definitely would have had a competitive game, even possibly a win. But now, if we face them again, we're prepared. We know what they're going to bring. They know what we're going to bring. It should be an even slate, and it should be a good game. But we are not going to have to worry about until the grand finals, if both of us even get there. And we may not. We may go to the grand finals. Limitless may drop, or vice versa. We're going to hope that we make it to the grand finals, but that is not for today, us to decide. That is for tomorrow, not us to decide.
Yeah, so with that being said, that is going to be pretty well wrapping things up over here. A few things we would like to ask from you guys. If you're new over here and you haven't done so already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Turn those notifications on. That way you can always make sure you're right back here when we pop live. Also, if you haven't done so over the course of the stream, if you hit the like button, that does help a little bit as far as on the YouTube algorithm, maybe helping some other people find Aipx Gaming over here while they're searching for some competitive RLCS action. All right. And Starcoin, he had mentioned it here earlier. That's going to be as far as us for today, but it's not up for Aipx Gaming. So make sure y'all are watching the main stream tomorrow. We got a date with the Pirates. Should be a banger. And if we follow up with that, I feel pretty confident with our matchup, depending on who wins between Nixa and White Rabbit. So I feel like the chances of that Limitless grand final matchup that you were talking about, running it back, is pretty good. Wouldn't you say?
I think so. I of course, I'm a little biased, but I want to say prediction for the grand final. It's going to be Aipx versus Limitless. I want to see the rematch.
All right, man. Well, thank you everyone for tuning in, streaming, hanging out with us here today. That's Starcoin Hero. I'm Q. We really appreciate y'all over here at Aipx Gaming. Until we catch y'all back for the next one, man, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love harder. It's your boy Q, signing out.
Me in the end, yeah. You're gone without a trace, you left me where no one can find me. There's no sign of life out here. I scream and it goes silent. I fight so hard, but I can't find my way out. Lost all dimension and time. I don't think I'm losing my mind in this ghost town.
Never felt so alive in my life. 'Cause you make me come to life every time I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? Crashing right into you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? Yeah, I'm free falling. Can you hear me calling, calling for you? Yeah, I'm free falling. I'ma keep on falling, falling for you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? I've never felt so alive in my life. 'Cause you make me come to life every time I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? That I'm crashing right into you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? Yeah, I'm free falling. Can you hear me calling, calling for you? Yeah, I'm free falling. I'ma keep on falling.